Well, and good morning. Robert Steinhagen here. I'm broadcasting the general session at this moment. We are standing at ease, as they say. We're waiting for a vote to begin for a party chair. The typical way this works is the chair, who is the elected chair, will typically be the chair of the National Convention or the state convention. However, this is a contested race, and so both the names of Alan West and Steve Ministeri being a former state party chair, have both been entered, and we will now, as delegates, vote on which individual will chair the convention. So we are behind, big time behind on getting our credentials. A lot of us just got our credentials less than an hour ago, and we were supposed to start this general session at 9, and so we are waiting. So that's what's happening, and I'm just going to send it back to the program, and you can watch for yourself. Once the general session is completed, I'll be moving out of that and into our congressional session. Our congressional session cannot begin until certain business in the general session is complete. And so once that's done, then we'll be moving into Congressional Caucus. The way it's looking now is we're probably going to be 11 o'clock, possibly noon before that happens. So I'll send it back to the state convention. Yes, I'm getting questions about what the process is for the county chair, or excuse me, the state chair. And as it stands right now, the state chair is typically the person who takes over as the chair of the state convention. And there has been, and this is very atypical. If we were in the convention center, typically you wouldn't see this. This online meeting has created an opportunity for a lot of people to kind of jump in. And so we're waiting on the vote. We are still in the general session at this point. We are waiting on the vote for the party chair to be elected. And once that occurs, then we will move on to other business, and we cannot move forward to the caucus. You're probably wondering why we're not in the caucus right now. It's because we're still in the general session, and you cannot move on to congressional caucus or Senate caucuses until the business is established to establish, for instance, rules, which we just voted on and approved the rules for the convention. And typically the rules for the convention were approved at the last convention.
Okay,
so they're
it looks like
for the
the
future.
ballot's
So here
up.
we go.
So I'm going to allow y'all to vote, and then we'll call the vote in just a few seconds. It's still not up? Okay, now it's open. So y'all go ahead and vote, and I'll close it in just a few seconds.
No. Keep it open for like 2 to 3 minutes.
We're going to keep it open for a few minutes, and I'm going to go off video.
We are currently voting on permanent chair. The vote is now open, and what occurs is the window for the voting comes up, and it's interesting because the problem with the voting is that Ellen West is not on here. It's got Amy Hedke and James Dickey. So I'm not sure what the problem is, and I'm not sure if I'm the only person who's seeing that, but that is what I'm seeing. If I'm waiting on fellow delegates to let me know. So, yep. Okay. So they're seeing the same thing we are. There you go. That is incorrect. What's going to happen now, I predict, is they're going to say, okay, stand at ease. We're going to have to correct this. And once they get this corrected, then hopefully we'll be moving on to our congressional caucuses very soon. But we shall see. So this is unusual for sure.
Okay, just to give you a quick update, we have about 2,400 people voted, and we're going to leave it open for another minute, and then we'll close it, and I'll give you a call back. Their poll. There are a couple of screens. You may want to move over to the left-hand screen where the actual poll is being taken. The other question we had was regard to alternates. We have plenty of delegates that are not here, so all of the alternates will be seated at this time. And from there, I think we're getting real close to closing this out. Just give me, I'll be right back. Okay, we're ready to close the polls in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The polls are closed. We'll be right with you with the results. We're going to do a screen share. We're going to do a screen share with the results here in just a few seconds.
If you want to say, John, you should be able to share now.
Okay, John, you should be able to share now. Let's see, as you can see, the results are James Dickey for the permanent convention chair. Congratulations, and I'm going to hand it back.
The results on chairs. Thank you very much. Now we will resume the business of the convention. So now we will now take nominations for the position of convention secretary. Mr. Josh Flynn, his name has been put into nomination by the committee for convention secretary. Are there any other nominations for permanent convention secretary? I see a point of order. Sorry, Mr. Bush, let me. Mr. Bush, what is your point of order? Okay, Mr. Bush. Okay, I will now move on to Mr. Vaughn. You have a motion. Excuse me. Let me. Oh, sorry, Ms. Knowlton had a point of order. Let me recognize Ms. Knowlton for her point of order. Ms. Knowlton, you have the, if you would, please unmute and your point of order.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can.
My point of order is that many of my counties still do not have credentials through meeting polls, and they want to vote on these upcoming races. They wanted to vote on yours, and they cannot. So how do we proceed on that, sir?
So we've already addressed that a couple of times in the meeting. It is very normal that in the first session, there are a lot of people who are not yet in and with their delegate credentials and seated when the initial votes happen, as they're happening right now. We do have over 5,000 people who have been sent their credentials, and we do have thousands who have already participated in this meeting and in meeting polls. So clearly quite the majority are, but of course we know that this is all new to everybody. So it is not surprising that some folks are having more challenges than others, but as we all know, still the total number of people able to participate now is more than would otherwise be. Mr. Vaughn, you had a motion. Let me go to that. Mr. Vaughn, you have the floor. Okay. Not hearing from Mr. Vaughn, seeing no nominations. All those in favor of Josh Flynn for permanent secretary, please raise your hand. Again, raise your hand if you're in favor of Josh Flynn for permanent convention secretary. This is, and we did discuss this earlier, but for those of you who have just joined us, and we have dozens more joining every minute, for those of you who just joined us, the raise hand votes, as opposed to meeting polls, are the equivalent of a voice vote in the body, in the hall. So all in favor, raise your hand. That count is going to close in 2, 1, and I have 2,250 in that count. And now if you'll pull your hand down for in favor of Josh Flynn for permanent convention secretary. All those opposed to Josh Flynn for permanent convention secretary, if you will raise your hand. So if you are opposed.
This is not working. I can't even.
Right. And I'm not sure who we have who now has. There we go. Okay, and that vote closing in 3, 2, 1. That was 311. Okay, so that passes. And now for the Sergeant at Arms, the nomination of the report was Ms. Nelda Epps. Are there any other nominations for Sergeant at Arms? Seeing no, oh, hang on, let me catch up here.
So if you want to take that order, Thomas.
For those of you just tuning in and expecting to see the Congressional District 4 Caucus, we are in the midst of the general session, which started late. Credentialing took a lot of time to finish, and so this is basically installing the permanent chair and the cabinet, the people who will be running the general sessions. When we get into Congressional Caucus, we're going to be seeing the same thing, chair and secretary, sergeant at arms, and all of that. But that's what you're watching right now. Chairman Dickey has just been elected permanent chair. Alan West was nominated, and he refused the nomination, which is and Mr. Dickey is there. So we'll take you back to Mr. Dickey.
Have the microphone, then you could address the body. This is the exact same process. Except what you do is submit your request in chat. And I apologize, somebody's got their audio unmuted. That echo is quite, there we go. So you can't just unmute and address the whole body. You submit a motion or point of order per the instructions that are in the chat from earlier, and then you put in your motion or point of order or point of information, and yours was a point of information, which is why I instructed you. And then you get recognized, then you have the floor, and then you are able to address the body. I'm going to re-enter in chat those instructions. Great. I just did. There we go. Okay, so we've got a couple of points of information. We'll go ahead and take those. Mr. Salvo, we will pull you up, so please be ready to unmute yourself when you are set. Mr. Salvo, you have a point of inquiry, which means a question for the chair.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you very much. Just based on the poll that we just did, in the training this week, you said that the vote would be able to be changed. We can change our vote in the middle of the poll. I'm wondering now, since apparently we cannot, is that going to be the way it's gone forward, that we cannot change our vote once we make one in this poll?
So actually, that's,
Setting on the, or setting on the polls.
yeah, that actually is there are two different things. In meeting pulse, you are able to make changes as long as the voting hasn't closed. So in the poll we had in meeting pulse earlier, you could have voted for one, then changed your mind, voted for the other, changed your mind, voted back. However it ended at the end, that would be your vote. These votes are like roll call votes. And so if you raise your hand in favor, you can't take that back. When it closes, when we announce the count, your hand was up, just like as if you had yelled out aye. When we said all in favor, say aye. You can't take back the fact that you said aye. But then we vote for nay, and you could raise your hand for nay, and you could yell out nay. And we do have some people who do that. But, so actually, so for your point of inquiry, your question, yes, you can change your votes in meeting pulse votes, which are all the votes except those that are the equivalent of a voice vote. Say, Mr. Harry, you have a point of inquiry. So let's go to Tim Harry. Mr. Harry, you should be able to unmute yourself and
Mr. Dickey, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Sorry. Point of inquiry. How are we securing our voice vote from outside influence via Zoom? Is that secure? Is that part of our login credentials?
So the link was only given to credentialed delegates, but I have heard of some cases where credentialed delegates have allowed others to come on in with them. Obviously, that would be as frowned upon as bringing someone in with you onto the floor. Unfortunately, there are limits to how much we can secure these voice votes, but also fortunately, those voice votes tend to be overwhelming in one direction or the other. Okay, but that's also why all critical votes are done by meeting pulse, to which you can't just share the link. Mr. Salvo, I've already answered your point of inquiry. Mr. Blake has a point of order. Mr. Blake has a point of order. I'm going to go to Eric Blake. And again, when you address the body, please begin by announcing your SD and county. Mr. Blake. Mr. Blake, if you would unmute yourself. Mr. Blake, you have a point of order. Okay, not hearing from Mr. Blake.
Is this working? Hello.
Yes, sir. You had a point of order?
Eric Blake, SD 22, Ellis County. Point of order on the election for chairman vote. There was no option for abstain. That means that a delegate who wishes to vote present not voting would not have their vote counted, and it would automatically fall into the alternate even though the delegate was seated. Can we ensure that all future ballots have an abstain option?
We will do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. But for the record, since all alternates are at this moment all seated, that was not a necessary step for this. Okay, Ms. Landivar.
Lauren Landivar, SD9. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, point of order. There are people who have not yet received their credential emails and therefore are not being allowed in to vote. This is not the same thing as them being wandering around the convention center. This is the same thing as locking the doors and not allowing them into the room so that they can be there for a vote. I have multiple people who are telling me that this is the case. My husband just got his credentials after the chairman vote. So I just wanted to make you guys aware of that.
Thank you. Obviously, the team has been working on that as much as possible. I do know that well over 5,000 confirmed delegate credentials have been distributed. And we have thousands in the meeting. So thank you. But thank you. And yes, obviously, we are very interested in making sure that everyone is in. Okay, Mr. Barcroft, you have a point of order. Mr. Barcroft, if you could unmute.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
I'm asking for a point of order to see if the existing votes that have already been taken are in order, seeing that multiple counties are completely disenfranchised and don't have the ability to log into meeting polls and or have their vote recorded. Plus, it was told to us that we would be able to see the results of all votes on the screen, which in the case of raising hands for votes, we are not able to see those votes.
Correct. All of those, we do have multiple people watching those vote counts, and we are reporting those live as they are received. And as you noted, as you saw, reported the ayes and the nays separately, so there's no way to not have that be genuine. As for credentials, the report of the credentials committee came in this morning. We have a quorum, we have business being conducted, and there was only one meeting pulse vote. So
the question was not about
order is not well taken. Thank you. Okay, so now we are on we still, having seen no nominations for Sergeant at Arms, we are, without objection, adopting Ms. Nelda Epps by acclamation as Sergeant of Arms for the convention. Let me get down here. Okay, seeing no objection, she is elected by acclamation. Thank you very much, Ms. Epps, for serving as Sergeant at Arms. Okay. I've got a point of order. Mr. Camo. Okay, if you would, when I announce that I'm calling on you for a point of order, if you would, there you go, sir. You have the floor for a point of order.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how to turn the video on. Go ahead if you want.
Just talking, it's fine.
Okay, it's Paul Como, SD 26, Bear County. I've raised several points of order that I included the point itself in the chat. I don't know if that's the right procedure, but I'm going to repeat them. A, are candidates to be allowed to make a speech prior to voting? B, and this is more pertinent going forward. Well, both of them are pertinent. The second one is the previous vote that we had for chair, I believe it was, even though it was allowed about 5 minutes, as we were watching it, we noticed the total vote tally was still rising significantly when the vote got cut off. And, you know, we're all new to this, so it looked like the tally was still rising, and they sort of like arbitrarily cut it off after, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. It seems like that tally should no longer be incrementing significantly when y'all make the decision to cut the vote off. And that's even with the people who are already credentialed, already voting. So those 2 points, speeches, and especially when do you actually cut off the tally?
Okay, thank you very much for raising those. As far as speeches, yes, we did earlier adopt the temporary rules of the convention, and we did amend those as we adopted them to allow national committee candidates to be able to address the body before we move into congressional district caucuses in which they'll be elected. As for the voting, I didn't preside over that vote, so I can only speak to what I have been doing, which is our secretary did a laudable, yeah, no, our secretary did a laudable job presiding over that very first vote of the convention, and I'm grateful to him for that. It was also, it was well over the majority of the body, and it was, and the total was revealed to everyone, and I have no access to that. So actually, I was not even aware of the situation you had said. So let's see. So we are done on those reports. Thank you, Mr. Armstrong, and to your committee for your work as a temporary organization committee. I now appoint the temporary committee chairs as the permanent committee chairs. Delegates, we are now organized. I see another point of order. So let's see. I saw a point of order here from Cheryl Serber. So Cheryl Serber will be coming to you. Yes, ma'am. You have the floor.
Okay, there we go.
Point of order.
Okay. My daughter is a first-time person.
Ma'am, anytime, this for everybody, anytime you address the body, please identify your full name, your Senate district, and your county.
Okay. Cheryl Sperber, SD10.
And your county, ma'am?
And do what now? I can't hear what you said.
Your county.
My county, Tarrant County, sorry.
Thank you.
Tarrant County, SD10. We have been trying to get my daughter her credentials. She still has not gotten the credentials, and she's missed, whatever votes. I'm running for national delegate. I would like to be able to have myself, my husband, and my daughter be able to vote for me. But so far, she hadn't even been able to get the credentials to go through, and it took forever pulling teeth to get my husband's, really, and even mine to come through. But now we've got his and mine, but not hers.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Again, as I have said repeatedly this morning, we have thousands who already have. We have some more who are still working on it, but that is frankly to be expected. We are working on that as fast as possible, the entire staff, and we're taking messages and calls. So, and getting people addressed on that as well. So, Mr. Rowe, you have a point of order. So Jason Rowe, and again, if you will, please, your full name, your Senate district, and your county. Mr. Rowe.
Sorry, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Jason Rowe, Senate District 15, Harris County, CD2.
Yeah.
Just as a point in the text that went out, it stated that if you still do not receive credentials after completing the credentials form, you can email the help desk.
Yes.
And the email they provided is helpdesk@texasrpt.org. That email is actually incorrect. We believe it was supposed to be helpdesk@texasgop.org. So it may be worth letting the remaining delegates know that email is actually incorrect, and if they are having trouble receiving credentials, they may want to email the right place.
That is a great idea. Thank you. However, you were recognized for a point of order. Point of order means you believe that the rules of the Republican Party of Texas are being violated at this moment, and that it's not already been addressed. So again, with thousands of participants, it's very important that we all keep to the proper procedure and guidelines, which is why we use Robert's rules. Mr. Kerr, you state that you have a point of order. Again, Chris Kerr. Again, point of order being a concern about a currently violated rule of the Republican Party of Texas, not already addressed. Please unmute yourself. And if you would identify yourself, SC and county.
Yes, this is Chris Kerr, Collin County, SD 8. And I apologize, I meant to put point POI. May I still continue?
Certainly.
Thank you very much. Because of people requesting how to get their credentials, I also wanted to state the text message said to call this phone number, 512-477-9821. I requested that be put in the chat, please.
Okay. For future reference, we have staff monitoring the chat. If you have just a question or suggestion like that, please just put it in the chat and staff will keep an eye on that and see. Actually, no, my apologies. Chat is reserved. Chat is actually reserved for motions. So actually, we can't put information like that in the chat. Hang on a sec. Stand at ease for a moment.
When it came up with it.
Okay, so we are standing at ease, and if you've been watching, basically we've gone through all of the official party business. We're still in general session. I realize that you're here. You're probably waiting for the Congressional Caucus, and you can't start the Congressional Caucus until you have established all of the rules for the convention. So that is the fundamental challenge of what's happening. And so that's where we are. The congressional caucuses, it's about 10:45 now. The congressional caucuses should start after the general session. However, the body did vote to allow the individuals who are running for National Committeeman Committeewoman to speak before. So,
please put that in the Q&A function. And we will have staff monitoring Q&A and publishing the responses on that. So we have completed the organization of the convention. Now it is time for the report of the Temporary Committee on Legislative Priorities. Mr. Ramsey is chair of the Temporary Committee on Legislative Priorities. Mr. Ramsey, you have the floor. Hang on just a second. Okay, while we are getting Mr. Ramsey without objection, we will move on to the report of the temporary committee on platform and resolutions. Mark DeRazio will present a brief report on the temporary committee on platform and resolutions. There should be no action arising out of this report. It is simply for your information. Mr. DeRazio?
Mr. Chairman, I just got my computer and the sound just came back on and I did not hear what you are asking me to
Certainly.
To present. I apologize.
Yes. No, that's quite all right. As the chair of the temporary committee and now as the permanent committee chair for the convention on for the committee on platform and resolutions, I have just announced that you will present a brief report on the temporary committee on platform and resolutions and that there is no action arising out of this report. It's simply for everyone's information. If you would give a brief summary of the work your fantastic committee members did over the last several days.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee convened Monday morning at 11 o'clock. We had approximately 3,000 resolutions that were submitted from across the state that they worked through and they put into a great platform. We had 6 editors and they were editing as the platforms were being debated for accuracy. The platform is complete. The temporary platform is now complete, and we had emailed the copy over to the RPT headquarters for them to put, up on the website. I had the best committee that you could ever want. They were united. They were working towards the goal of the principles of the Republican Party. They're concerned, as we all are, about what's going on in the world and in our community. And I was just honored to be able to work with them to be able to put out the product. And I think it's something that everyone is going to be proud of, and we're working with them. One of the charges that I gave at the beginning was at the last legislative session, we had about 42 to 49 platform planks that were either totally or partially enacted into law. And their charge was to remove those planks from the current platform. If they weren't fully enacted into law, then they left the 2018 planks in. So that's what the thing was. And I said, just go ahead and take it out completely. And so we had some good success there. So the editors that we had just did a phenomenal job in pulling it together, and it's all formatted, and it'll be ready for the permanent committee whenever we meet this afternoon. And so that's my short report.
Thank you very much, sir. I also appreciate your committee's incredible work. It's a fantastic job.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's see. Let me see if Mr. Ramsey is available to give his report on the Legislative Priorities Committee.
Yes, I can't start my video. Can you hear me?
I can. Let me see if we can do anything about the video.
If you can hear me, I could give a report simply verbally.
That would be great. There we go. You should be able to do both now.
Okay, let's try that. I'm still getting a message. I can't.
Okay. Then my apologies for the video challenge, but yes, if you'd give the report audibly, that'd be great.
No problem at all. Thank you, sir. We're working through this. Mr. Chairman, members, Monday morning, our committee met in person.
You got a lot of echo there, Mr. Ramsey. I don't know if there's a different device on as well.
I don't think so, but I'll cut back my volume. Can you still hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, that'll work. Monday morning, our committee met in person in Houston at the entrance to the George R. Brown Convention Center. We convened and then temporarily adjourned to the Marriott Marquis since the tyrant Democrat mayor of Houston had broken not just the legal contract, but his word given just a few days before that he would not interfere. We started with over 300 identified legislative priorities from the SDs and the counties. This was remarkable given that it was essentially a voluntary designation this time and was not actually required by our rules. We took those after some introductory remarks, and then we broke into subcommittees, and we reduced the number down to about 40. We had much testimony in subcommittees. We then reconvened as the committee of the whole and had a robust and passionate debate and further testimony by many delegates who were there in person. After some very statesmanship behavior by the members of the committee on some very contentious issues, we agreed on 15 plus 5 issues that were the 5 we called lagniappe to discuss and report on. Those 5 were just below the 15 in the opinion of the members, but we wanted the constituents to know about them nonetheless. These are located on the RPT website, texasgop.org/2020-state-convention. Since then, there has been a robust interaction with constituents. And I would advise the members that the list is not final. The permanent committee will meet this afternoon to further discuss. And then after that, we are doing something we've never done before at the convention. The delegates themselves are going to actually choose the 8 legislative priorities. We are sending forth 15 that we think are worthy of consideration. It may be the 15 that are currently on the temporary report. It could be a different list after we have permanent committee meeting. Delegates to the convention will then vote on which of the suggested 15 they prefer. And the 8 with the most votes will then become the legislative priorities for the RPT to pursue in the 87th legislature starting in January. And with that, Mr. Chairman, unless there's questions, I conclude the report.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ramsey. This portion of the report is just informational to allow the delegates to be prepared to address you. So we have a couple of announcements. Again, you can find the standing rules on the party's website at texasgop.org/convention. You will also be able to find the reports from the temporary committee on rules, legislative priorities, and on platform and resolutions that will be passed on to the committees whose memberships you elect in your SC caucuses coming up shortly. Seeing no other business for this meeting, pursuant to the rules you adopted, we will now proceed to hearing the speeches from declared candidates for the offices of National Committeeman. That is Dr. Robin Armstrong. Staff, if you would, go to Dr. Robin Armstrong.
Hello. Residents and staff at the resort at the Texas City Nursing Home.
Sorry, Dr. Armstrong, we were actually going to play your video unless you'd rather address the body in person. Your choice.
Yeah, just go ahead and play the video and then I'll come on afterwards.
Perfect.
All right. So, hello. Hi, this is Dr. Robin Armstrong. I am going to ask your vote for National Committeeman today. I want to thank you for your service to our party. You know, our state and our country is under attack right now. We are under attack by our culture's under attack, our values are under attack, our freedoms are under attack, our prized and precious institutions are under attack right now. And so we need to fight back like never before. And I'm excited to fight with you. I have been fighting with you. Our medical industry is under attack. Everything that we hold dear is under attack right now. And so I commit to you as your National Committeeman. And if you would re-elect me as your National Committeeman, I commit to you that I will continue to fight for you. I will continue to fight for the values that we believe in. And thank you, and God bless.
And staff, if you'll play the video that he sent.
Down. In early April, dozens of residents and staff at the resort at the Texas City nursing home tested positive for COVID-19. The senior center's medical director, Dr. Robin Armstrong, knew time was not on his side. He had to act fast. So in addition to sheltering in place, Dr. Armstrong began treating residents with hydroxychloroquine. Dr. Armstrong joins me now. Dr. Armstrong, it's great to see you tonight. Thank you for coming on. What was the outcome of treating the residents with hydroxychloroquine?
Well, what we saw was with hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, and zinc, we saw that we had 92% of those residents who were treated with hydroxychloroquine actually get better. And that was compared with the people that we did not treat. And so it was an amazingly positive outcome. That was fantastic. We really were in a bad situation where we felt like we were going to see a lot of these patients die. We were going to felt like the mortality rate was very high. We had seen what had happened in Washington State. We saw what has happened in Louisiana. And we felt like we needed to treat these patients very quickly with something that had been proven to work. And so what we saw in the studies in China and the studies in France is that they showed that after 5 days of treatment with hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, viral loads dropped to 0 on day 6. And so that's what we did. We treated them with five days of hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, and zinc, and we saw very impressive results. Those patients that were treated actually have recovered well and are doing well today.
Well, Dr. Armstrong, this is what a cardiologist on CNN said last night about the impact of hydroxychloroquine use on the heart.
We have no evidence that it really makes any positive impact in a COVID-19 patient. To the contrary, we have evidence that in some circumstances it can create dangerous heart rhythm abnormalities. These anecdotes that the president keeps touting are just that, anecdotes. And the plural of anecdote is not data, it's just anecdotes. They're really meaningless.
Okay, Dr. Armstrong, Professor Rao found no cardiac toxicity that he could find in 1,000 patients. The Chinese didn't find any. Did you see any cardiac issues in your patients?
We saw absolutely no cardiac side effects. In fact, on day 3, we did EKGs on our patients and saw that the QTC interval is what they're measuring. And so you measure the QTC interval, and that if that's prolonged, then that will predispose them to having these cardiac side effects. We saw that in all 38 patients that were treated throughout the course, none of them had a prolonged QTC interval, and therefore none of them were at risk of having the cardiac side effects that was talked about. None of our patients had any side effects whatsoever, cardiac or otherwise for that matter.
So Dr. Armstrong, what I'm hearing from treating physicians here in Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, Maryland, they're concerned that they are no longer free to prescribe hydroxychloroquine given the FDA's warnings that are not technically prohibiting them, but the warnings are such that hospital organizations, big hospitals like Johns Hopkins, are taking it out of its standard of care protocol, which in the words of one doctor today, I just got off the phone with him before the show, he said people are going to die because they're not going to get hydroxy. They're going to wait till they get to the hospital. Then it's going to be perhaps too late.
Absolutely. And our contention the entire time was that you need to start them a little bit earlier when they start having symptoms. That's the best way to get them treated. That's the most effective way. The FDA emergency use authorization recently, what it does is it says you can't use it unless the patient's in the hospital. My contention, especially with these elderly patients, because their mortality rate is so high in the hospital, that you have to use it earlier. So they're only allowing doctors to use it in situations where it's almost too late to treat them. And so I think that we have to be aggressive on the front end. And our experience and our observation was that patients did well when they were treated with mild symptoms. We prevented them from going to the hospital, and we also prevented their mortality rates from going up. And so that was significant. And we were happy with the outcome. The families were happy with the outcome. We saw no side effects. And so I think it's a positive result. And I think the FDA is not serving us well by issuing these orders and backtracking on the previous emergency use authorization, which allowed us to use the drug more freely.
I think they have to rescind that warning. I think people are not going to live because of this warning, sadly. And I know that wasn't their intention, but I think prophylactic use in this emergency pandemic situation seemed to work for you guys, and it's probably going to work in other places. It's working around the world. Dr. Armstrong, I cannot tell you how much I admire what you do on a daily basis. So many of us have parents or had parents who were in senior facilities, and the nurses and doctors, they do really hard work. And you made a courageous call, and I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for sharing your story tonight.
Thanks for having us on. Thank you, Laura.
All right. And from protectors of the people to punishers of the people, Blue Cities.
Okay, the next position, the next position up for election is National Committeewoman. We received 3 declared candidates, Tony Ann DeShiel, Denise McNamara, and Dr. Alma Arredondo Lynch. Dr. Lynch declared her candidacy after the deadline, so per the rules, we will not be hearing from her in this meeting, but we will hear now from the candidates who did declare in time to be heard from this morning, Denise McNamara and the incumbent Tony Ann DeShiel. Denise, you are first up. She was in the queue. We appear to have lost Ms. McNamara. We'll give her a moment to get back. Ms. McNamara appears to have been lost. Sorry, there we go. Ms. McNamara appears to have been lost. Ms. DeShiel, would you prefer to delay and have your candidate speeches after the next candidate speeches, or would you prefer to go ahead and go now, hoping that Ms. McNamara comes back while you are addressing the body, while your video?
Thank you. I would prefer to delay, please.
Yes, ma'am. So we'll have the staff keep an eye out for Ms. McNamara. And that brings us to the vice chair race. And for the state vice chair race, we have 2 declared candidates that were submitted by the deadline. Hamilton County Chair Kat Parks and the incumbent. Sorry? Hang on a second. Stand at ease, please.
be announcing that right now.
No.
Well, we're waiting on the candidate speeches for National Committee, or excuse me, now Vice Chair. Denise McNamara is a former National Committee woman, and she's trying to get back on. She's from Dallas, so I just happen to know that about her. So, and then the current National Committee woman as well, and so. Then we're waiting on Vice Chair nomination speeches. The reason why these speeches are happening now is because we're about to go into Congressional caucuses. And before we go into Congressional caucuses, which is where we elect our National Committee man and National Committee woman, it's important to hear speeches from these candidates so that we know who we're voting for and why. And so that's essentially the reason why we're doing it this way. It would have been incredibly unfair to all of these candidates who are running not to have allowed these speeches to have taken place, especially as it relates to the National Committeeman Committeewoman. I wish that they had delayed the vice chair and chair speeches until after Congressional caucuses, but I know they're trying to get moving.
County Chair Kat Parks and incumbent state vice chair Alma Jackson. We will start with the video from Ms. Parks.
I'm Kat Parks, and I ask for your vote as I run for vice chair of the Republican Party of Texas. I've been involved in Republican politics and conservative activism for over 30 years. I grew up in a very Republican political family in a blue state, and that's why I understand and see the need for a place to welcome all of the walkaway voters that President Trump has inspired to leave the Democrat Party. Now, more than any other time, we have got to grow the party. I'm a proud Texas conservative, married to a Texas conservative, raising a Texas conservative who believes that one person can make a difference. A few things you probably don't know. I speak Spanish. I lived in Guatemala. I did a healthcare study in Ecuador. I own and operate a successful business in a 70-30 Hispanic majority city. I understand the importance of outreach. Prior to my involvement in Texas Republican politics, I co-founded a grassroots organization to fight for private property rights that gained over 800 members in just a few short months. Over 3 years, we were able to stand up for our constitutional rights and prevail. As a small business owner and entrepreneur, former university coach and college adjunct instructor, cancer survivor, and certified trauma nurse, though my path in life has been diverse, it has always involved trailblazing, team building, and fighting for results. I've saved lives, I fought for my own life, and after the 2018 election, I saw that Texas needed a lifeline, so I stepped up to make a difference at the state level in the Republican Party of Texas. I was named chair of the Candidate Recruitment Task Force. Strong candidate recruitment addresses all aspects Republicans need to focus on: inspiring participation, enhancing party growth, improving messaging, minority and female outreach, and holding Democrats accountable for bad policy. Candidate recruitment was extremely successful, providing a state framework and putting Republicans on the ticket in key races. One of the key components to successful recruitment was education. I organized and led over 30 schools hosted around the state that trained 1,400 Republicans to enhance their ability to perform. For my work, I was awarded the 2020 Steve Munisteri Award. I'm an 80-20 Reagan Republican. It was Ronald Reagan who said the person who agrees with you 80% of the time is a friend and ally and not a 20% traitor. What motivates me as a Texas Republican? Texas is a state of mind. Freedom and rugged individualism. Don't fence me in. The Constitution. Limited government, less bureaucracy. I make better decisions for my family than the government does. We all do. Religious liberty, opportunity for all. Someone asked me recently if I was pro-Second Amendment. I've got an AR-15 next to my desk and a Smith & Wesson 357 in my ranch truck. It's not a statement, it's part of our lifestyle, and it goes along with the whole belief of personal responsibility. I walk the walk. When asked why I'm running for vice chair, the truth is I have a vision as big as Texas, and that's what it's going to take in November and beyond. We've got to stop thinking in 2-year cycles and got to start thinking in 10-year plans. Texas is growing bluer each year. I have no desire for a title, and in fact, As your vice chair, I will abandon the traditional ceremonial luncheon status that the current role commands and instead get to work with innovative initiatives that are desperately needed. There are 3 significant opportunities that I'm prepared to champion as your vice chair. Number 1, we need to continue to build on candidate recruitment. We also need a specialized judicial task force. I started this work with the help of Supreme Court Justice Jeff Boyd, and I intend to expand the conversation to include more of our justices and judges across the state. Number 2, election integrity. Ensuring legitimate and fair elections, it's got to be swift, it's got to be severe, and it cannot be compromised. Beyond election integrity, we also have to have legislative integrity, both for the Democrats and for the Republicans, to expose what they've promised, what they say, and what they actually accomplish in Austin. And finally, we need a statewide media team. We need to not only have regional media surrogates, we also need to have a highly developed statewide war room where we hold Democrats accountable for the damage their policies do in Texas. All of this takes proven executive leadership, grassroots organization, and education. I've done it successfully with candidate recruitment, and I'm ready to roll out more. Delegates, this is where you come in. The Republican Party of Texas is not just an office in Austin. It's all of us. And the work starts now. Every one of us has a special God-given talent that we bring to the table. No candidate has all the answers. The answers lie in all of us working together. The presidency is at stake, redistricting is at stake, and our judicial benches are at stake. The nation's at stake. I am Kat Parks. I have the vision, strength, and leadership to take the Texas Vice Chair role to the next level. One person can make a difference, and we are all that one person. Join me.
"2020 has been a year to remember. We are in a political tornado that has been so challenging in so many ways. We have had impeachment hearings, COVID, the closing down of schools and businesses, and then came the shutting down of our traditional in-person Republican state convention. We may be hard-pressed, but we are far from beaten. Our convention is still on, and we will recover because we are Texans. We are Americans. We are self-reliant, and we know that our beliefs in God, country, family, ethical, moral behavior always results in success, peace, and economic prosperity. I have served the Republican Party for 33 years promoting the values that our party stands for. We are the party that espouses opportunity to all who work hard to succeed. Republicans believe in personal responsibility because hard work and sacrifice pay off when we apply ourselves without government intervention. We believe in lower taxes, that we know best how to spend our own earnings. School choice, which empowers parents to choose the school in which their children will receive the greatest possible education. We believe in the sanctity of life, that life is sacred. This is an opportunity to teach our younger generations that all life is valuable. We believe in supporting and keeping our military strong, ready to defend our country against would-be aggressors. We believe in support healthcare, choices to select what fits our budget or need, freedom of religion and not freedom from religion, less regulation, allowing businesses to grow and prosper, which is very good for strong economies. And of course, this is Texas, where our gun rights are super important to us and will not be infringed on. Each of these points that I have mentioned come from the Republican Party platform, and I am proud and thankful to each of you out there who have sacrificed your time and personal funds to attend our state conventions through the years, ensuring that our platform remains a pro-God and opportunity foundation for our party. Thank you, delegates. May you never tire of doing right for your communities, for Texas, and for our America. I've traveled across Texas promoting our values, speaking, mentoring, training, encouraging, sharing positive ideas on how to grow our party, educating on the differences between our party of opportunity and the other party of victimhood and despair. We are the GOP, Greater Opportunity Party. I have been promoting that motto since a border trip in 2019, where I toured the border counties for 7 days starting in El Paso. I was visiting with young Republicans and also met with county chairmen during that trip, discussing ideas to improve engagement. We also discussed what I saw firsthand, the need to build the border wall. Greater Opportunity Party has a true meaning and opens a way to bring up our platform and start a conversation as to why we are the better party to vote with. We must be bridge builders, gaining the confidence of those out there who are not with us yet, but could be if they knew what Republicanism is and what our party stands for. I will continue the work that I have started as Vice Chairman, reaching as many as possible with our great message, advancing our platform, bringing in new voters, engaging minorities who must hear our message and how that we really are the party for them and their families. I am asking you for your vote to serve another term as the Vice Chairman of our great Republican Party. Thank you for your activism. We always get more done as a team.
Good morning and welcome back. We have been attempting to reach Ms. McNamara for her speech for a candidate. In the meantime, I will take a handful of points of information and points of, I don't see a point of order at the moment, but let's see, we've got Ms. Drabant, you have a point of inquiry. And again, a point of inquiry is a question for the chair. And please do announce your name, your Senate district, and your county. Ms. Drabant.
Jennifer Drabant, SD 14, Travis County. I had a question about the method of voting for meeting polls. If y'all had changed it from when we did the training, because for that, we actually weren't able to switch during the training. We were able to switch back and forth until it closed. But for the vote that we did on meeting polls, just for the chair of the convention, it actually didn't let you switch. It said once you clicked it, it was the final answer. So are we like going
this
to
point of inquiry did, this point of inquiry did come up earlier, and I have confirmed with the staff that is a setting and it will be set so that you will be able to change your votes prior to the vote closing. Let's see, we've got see if there are any other points of inquiry or points of order. I see a point of order for Mr. Coyle. Mr. Coyle will be coming to you. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Coyle. Let's see if we can make it so that you can address the body. Mr. Coyle. You are still muted, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I withdraw my point of order, please.
You bet. And again, it's name, Senate district, and county. Thank you. Okay, I see. Let's see. I'm looking for. Okay, Mr. Isett, you have a point of order. So, sorry, we've got a couple of audio not muted.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely.
Yeah, let's make sure we've got audio muted on folks. Thank you. All right, and I am going to Mr. Isett. And Mr. Isett, if you would unmute, please. And again, name, Senate district, and county.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me turn down the volume. Are you getting feedback?
No, you sound great.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I rise to raise a point of order. I am somewhat frustrated by the answer that credentialed members are not being allowed to vote. If we adopted the credentialing committee's report, then everyone who who is credentialed and seated then has the right to vote. I was unable, neither I or my wife were able to vote in the election for permanent chair. And just because there are plenty of votes seated, that there is a quorum and that there were a large number of votes cast does not make it comport with the rules of the party. We were credentialed, we were seated, and we were denied the ability to vote either by system or inability to access this system. But I don't believe that the chair's decision that because there are plenty of votes being cast, that it is not comporting with the rules of the party.
Thank you. As you mentioned, it is credentialed delegates who are seated. There are folks who have not completed the process of being seated. And the staff is working very hard to make sure everyone is having that. My last confirmation is that is now nearly 5,000 people for whom the potential is available for being seated. And as we can all see, there are thousands who have been seated. Ms. Main, you have a point of order. And so please be prepared to address the body. You have a point of order. Ma'am?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Mine is the same as the other, and I've also tried to make a motion that we recess. There have been too many people all over the place who cannot, either they haven't received their credentials or they have their credentials and they're getting errors when they try to connect. And I really think we need to recess until at least more people, there's just too many who do not have access. It's the equivalent of you having locked the doors on these people. It's not the same as them just not, showing up on time.
Thank you, ma'am. Stand at ease for a moment.
Yeah, so obviously the issues going on with credentialing is the big challenge. What we're waiting for right now is for Denise McNamara, who's running for National Committeewoman, to get connected with the party. They've lost her somehow, so that's what we're waiting on. And essentially, once these speeches are over, then we should be moving on to the Congressional caucuses, which is obviously why you're here and why you're trying to get information. So unfortunately, we're still in general session. Just wanted to give you an update of why we're seeing the chair, and he is back. So I'm going to pass it back to him.
Sorry, or our caucuses, or should we? Wait. Sorry, I don't want to misstate.
At this point, I think we need to wait and give the others because they need to be able to see.
Yeah. So your motion is to recess and do the candidate speeches at a later time.
Yes.
The remaining candidate speeches. Okay.
Yes, I think.
So the body has heard the motion to recess until a later time.
Let's say 20 minutes.
We'll say 20 minutes. Without objection, we will recess for 20 minutes.
No, wait. It's a motion.
Oh, we have a motion. Actually, I need.
I'm sorry. Pause. Let me walk you through it.
I see some objections to recessing.
So it's a motion. I was only trying to include the time of the recess.
Yeah.
So, Miss, what was her name?
Miss Main.
Miss Main. Are you fine with the motion being to recess for 20 minutes?
Ms. Main Are you fine with the motion being to recess for 20 minutes, or would you prefer a different time?
I would say at least 30 minutes. We need to get people a chance to be able to get in and to be able to participate.
Okay. So the motion is to recess for 30 minutes. All seconds, if you'd like to second, please raise your hand. Okay, we have seconds. So we have a motion to recess for 30 minutes. We have seconds. If everyone will remove their hands, we will now take votes in favor. And again, this is just like an audible vote. So if you will raise your hand if you are in favor of the motion to recess for 30 minutes. And the voting will end in 3, 2, 1. So voting in favor has stopped. The count was 1,047. And now, if you are opposed to recessing for 30 minutes, please raise your hand. And the voting will close in 3, 2, 1. Those opposed is 1,761. So the motion fails. And you should be able to see whether your own hand is in fact raised. So there we go. And so now we have a point of inquiry from, no, we have a point of order from Hannah Glenn. So I'll pull that up. Ms. Glenn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, again, name, SD, county.
Yes, sir. It's Hannah Glenn, SD10, Tarrant County. I'd like to make a point of order on Robert's Rules 42, that the chair is failing to recognize motions. I've been trying to put in a motion for about the last hour now. Haven't been recognized.
What's your motion now?
My motion is that we stand at ease until all delegates who have who requested credentials have received their credentials.
We have just had that motion, and that motion did fail. So thank you very much. Okay, now we have. So Ms. Glenn just brought up a concern that she had not been recognized. To be clear, there are 3,877 people participating in Zoom right now. And there are, since the time I recognized her, there have been 4,950 new messages put in chat. Again, we ask that you not put anything in chat except the motions as specified. And I've pasted that in there a couple of times. We'll go ahead and put that in there. There you go. There's the specifications. Please do not enter anything in chat that is not one of those items. Please don't put 6 copies of the same thing. Mr. Sarles, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ed Sarles, SD 17, Harris County. Can you confirm that each general session, caucus, and committee meeting that is on the agenda will stand in recess until all of the preceding caucuses, sessions, and meetings have been completed?
Congressional District Caucus won't begin until this ends.
The Congressional District Caucus will not begin until this meeting ends.
Right, and so the session also will not end until after the committee meetings have ended?
No, evening sessions and committee meetings are not considered conflicting items. Committee members quite frequently work right through sessions. Thank you. Okay. So now, without objection, having had a motion to move on without the remainder of the speeches and having that voted down, let's go ahead and continue with the next set of candidate speeches. And we had delayed on National Committeewoman. And let me check one more time to see if Ms. McNamara. Okay. Since we have nothing to present from Ms. McNamara, she forfeits her spot. And that brings us to the video provided by Tony Andeshiel.
Hello, Texas Republicans. My name is Tony Andeshiel, and I've been privileged to serve as your RNC National Committeewoman since 2013. Even though this convention will look a lot different this year, what are we doing? We are doing things that matter. And because of you, we will keep Texas red. We will keep that White House for 4 more years, keep that president in there. Speaking of which, let's talk about our incredible president. From day one, what has he done? He promised to shake things up, drain the swamp, which he's doing, keep America great again. He's fought for our economy. He's fought for the unborn, and he's fought for the veterans. And what did he do? He started construction. Yep, he started construction on that border wall. I don't know about you, but I can't wait to vote for President Trump again in November. Yeah, let's keep America great with him in there. And then there's the Democrats. Bless their hearts. Mike Bloomberg tried to buy the election. And where did that get him? What about Nancy Pelosi? She led a witch hunt for the president who committed no crime. And then there's Joe Biden. Good old Joe Biden. He's running his presidential election from his basement. That's their A-team. Like I said, bless their hearts. You know, it's been one of the greatest honors to serve you, have your voice at the RNC in 2013. Over the years, I've been proud to serve every level of the party. And I've been around long enough to know that our party, our state is exceptional. It's exceptional because of people like you. This November, we face one of the toughest challenges our party has faced in years. The Democrats have made it abundantly clear that they want to flip Texas, and this is their biggest priority. I know they are knocking on doors, they're making phone calls, and they're registering people, and always they're driving people to the polls. Democrats from New York to California have proven they are preying on people's fears to buy, to manipulate, to steal this election. We are in an all-out war for the heart and soul of Texas, and ultimately for our great nation. And we have to take this seriously. I am confident, though. I am really confident because I know your passion. I know your dedication. I know your determination. I know all of this, and I am confident because I know that for every door they knock on, we're going to knock on 10. For every phone call they make, we're going to make 20. For every voter that they're going to register, we will register 30. The Democrats have picked a fight with the wrong group of people. That's right. We are united, and together we are going to send a loud and clear message to the Democrats. Not here, not now, not ever on our watch. Friends, I'm running for re-election, and I would be honored for you to vote for me. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for that you do for our party, for our state, for our nation. If you want to get to know a little bit more about me before the vote, visit my website at tonyandeshield.com. God bless you. God bless the great state of Texas, and God bless America.
And next up are the candidates for state chair or state vice chair. No, we already did that. State chair. Candidates for state chair, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West and Chairman James Dickey.
Hey, greetings everyone. Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, candidate for the chairmanship of the Republican Party of Texas. And here I am in front of this incredible monument. April the 21st of 1836, in 18 short minutes, the army led by Sam Houston defeated the dictator Santa Anna. And when you think about what had happened from October the 2nd of 1835 to this moment here, April the 21st of 1836, there were setbacks. There were disappointments, places like the Alamo and Goliad, but yet they persevered. They continued to believe in their cause, and the cause was liberty and independence. And they fought here. And they drove away the dictator, and they secured the freedom for us here in the great state of Texas, the Lone Star State. Well, today, there's a new battleground. There's a new battlefield. And it's really not too much different from what they faced. The despotism, the tyranny that we see in the great state of Texas, where we have executive orders and mandates, people telling us what we can and cannot do, who is essential, who is not essential. It is time for us to stand up, and it's time for us to fight. It's time for us to do as my mother once taught me, that a man must stand for something or else he'll fall for anything. When you think about in our capital city of Austin, Texas, there's a communist organization called the Red Guards that are threatening and going around and putting hammers and sickles all over the place. When you consider right now that the Texas National Guard had to be called out to guard the Alamo, the rallying cry that enabled these incredible men to secure our liberties and freedoms for today. Why do I want to be chairman of the Republican Party of Texas? Because Texas leads the way. And it's time that our Republican Party once again steps up and leads the way, not just in Texas, but all across the United States of America. It's time for us to make sure that the Republican Party of Texas is relevant again, that our message is out, that our message is being heard. It's time for us to take that message into all communities across the great state of Texas. It's not about black, white, Hispanic, or Asian. It's about what's in your heart. It's not about where you were born or where you came from. There were many who came from places like Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, but they heard and they answered the call to arms. The call to arms is here now, and I am answering that call to arms to be your chairman of the Republican Party of Texas. The guns are sounding. Like we said in the military, we move to the sound of the guns. See, no longer will we be on defense. No longer will we allow the other side to dictate the narrative. We're going to go on offense. We're going to challenge them. We're going to make sure that everyone knows who we are and what we stand for, our principles, our values. Because truthfully, when you talk about constitutional conservative principles and values, that unites us all. And it's not about the message of divisiveness from the other side. It's not about determining which lives matter. All lives matter. And in the eyes of our Creator God, all souls matter. And that's where our unalienable rights come from. It's not just about raising money. It's not just about saying how many people did we go out and get to register to vote. It's about creating a movement, just like they did here from October the 2nd of 1835 all the way to this point, April the 21st of 1836. We're going to create a movement. We're going to be that state that shows the progressive socialist left can be defeated. Virginia failed. Sadly, Colorado, New Mexico, Nevada, Arizona struggled. We're going to show them the strategy and the tactics. All I ask is one simple thing. Will you join me on this battlefield? Will you join me as being fearless and going on the offense? Let me close by sharing with you one of my favorite quotes. The devil whispers to the warrior, you cannot withstand the storm. The warrior whispers back, I am the storm. The Republican Party of Texas will be the storm, just as it was on this day, April 21st of 1836. It will be today. God bless you all. God bless Texas.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear from the candidate for chair that I did not see in the room, but she is with us, Amy Hedge. Ms. Hedge, you have the floor. Ms. Hedge, we are attempting to unmute you.
I was trying to unmute.
There you are. There you are.
Hey, hello, Chairman Dickey.
Hello.
Do we get video? Do we get video on this?
You should. There you go.
Hello, fellow grassroots delegates that are trying to work this Zoom stuff for the first time in an official capacity. I appreciate everyone showing up for this online convention. It might be a new sort of field we are on, but it is still a training field where we will arm ourselves with the most effective tools to empower the party and teach each other in the fight to exercise our rights and defend our principles via discussion, deliberation, and debate. Please listen carefully to your fellow delegates and help them brainstorm ways to find solutions for the many issues you will face these next 2 years. Unfortunately, one of the next battles we will be on is our own credential security. I haven't had credentials yet. Many delegates have received 2 credentials. Many have not even had their credentials made available to them to pick up. Points are being ignored because access to the microphone and the chair is limited. My own Congressman Ron Wright, who is in DC working for you, doesn't have his own credentials. His wife, Susan Wright, who is on your SREC and been working tirelessly for this, doesn't have her credentials. Our county nominee for district attorney doesn't have her credentials. And this state chair candidate doesn't have my credentials, not even an email where we can go pick it up. So candidates in contested elections have not been given the opportunity to address the body, and delegates were not allowed to abstain in a vote to retain their seat as a delegate. Alternates were immediately seated if you chose to sit out a vote. That is the equivalent to being physically dragged out of a caucus if you fail to raise your hand and an alternate being seated during your vote. I urge this body to move to recess all convention business until all credentials can be confirmed as handed out and we have a solid ballot integrity system moving forward. Moving forward now, I am running for state chair of the Republican Party of Texas. As an SREC proxy, I voted against this as a backup plan. This is not a viable, feasible plan that is protecting the rights of these delegates. I personally spent a long time actively avoiding partisan politics because I just didn't consider it worth my time to get involved with a party that never held its elected officials accountable to what they profess to believe in. I jumped into partisan politics in 2011 with a few delegates who were interested in helping find ways to hold elected officials accountable. We have a lot of elected officials who are politically profiting off the privilege of carrying the Republican Party brand, but largely ignoring what their own party was asking, begging them to do. We don't need to be giving liberals a ride to our general elections in November in this party via your work and your money. I was glad to see Rule 44 used to censure the former Speaker of the House, Joe Strauss, used by Byron Cook, and used to locally censure elected officials. The grass support for those censures helps increase the pressure of public opinion, and if the decision of those elected to not seek re-election was simply conveniently timed to line up with the impending Rule 44 censure, then I think it's time to conveniently. Having been a line item in the Rule 44 censure of Byron Cook, I have been pleased to see multiple counties stepping up to the plate to defend our principles with the latest round of Rule 44 censures of this current governor, who has utilized tyrannical power to violate our rights to life, liberty, and property. Not only during this pandemic shutdown and regulation, but in his entire tenure in office, to push his party's legislative priorities and platform planks. His actions aren't new, they're just more obvious. And I wish I could say it was only this governor. Take a look at our lieutenant governor. He sure jumped in fast to defend Shelley Luther, but his late response is not leadership. That's not leadership in defending rights. Just before these shutdowns, he openly threatened to violate the First Amendment rights of legislative committee witnesses over messaging on clothing. Our entire Senate failed to even file our legislative priorities of constitutional carry and abolition of abortion this past session. Not one senator stepped up to the plate. They chose political expediency and traded their other bills for these basic rights. The same can be said for most of the Texas representatives in the House. I've been watching the state chair race like I watched the last two. As someone who has attended the state and national conventions, SRAC meetings, party and municipal meetings, and been heavily involved in campaigns for candidates and issues, I have multiple problems with each candidate. I consider James a personal friend and hands down the best chair we have had. But he's made several decisions since last convention that have made it impossible for me and others to support him. We need a stronger voice immediately calling out obvious problems, and deciding to only do that for county chairs who haven't even been the ones enacting public policy while ignoring high-powered electeds who are actually physically hurting Texans is a strike against the grassroots. I'm going to jump down here real quick. Alan West, he's been AWOL. He hasn't shown up. He has not shown up. Where was he rallying to get grassroots to Austin? Where has he been helping the grassroots to get this stuff passed? Where has he been using his NRA connections to get constitutional carry through Texas? Where was he rallying people and showing up to testify for abolition of abortion to save the tiniest Texans in the state? He's not doing that. What we're seeing is a man who says he wants to be ready to go into battle, not issuing any actual orders whatsoever to tell his people how to respond. This is a party of process. Just saying, let's go, guys, is not how you lead. You have to have specific steps, rallying steps. This is insane, guys. We need people ready to understand what's going on. Now, I'll tell you what, if I'm ever kidnapped by Iraqi, I want Alan West leading that mission. But that's not what we have here. We are fighting for our rights against domestic terrorists who are violating our rights. And Alan West is jumping up from behind the couch after the dust is settled and typing really hard about what happened. We need people getting involved. So now we are left with trying to defend our own party principles of our own Republican elected officials. I already served on the Temporary Rules Committee for 3 years and for SB 22. The rules report that you will be voting on this week, you will see an additional penalty that may be applied to censured officials under. You might have even received a fear-mongering robocall from the fake pro-life organization Texas Alliance for Life, misrepresenting what this penalty does. The robocall you received from the man who testified in support of euthanizing people does not explain to the delegates the difference between a party primary election and a general election in November. This penalty only affects a party primary ballot. Anyone who is disqualified from running on the party primary ballot is still free to run in the general election. That this even made it out of committee is a huge deal. but it was only an 11 to 10 vote, which means 10 committee members weren't there. Right now, you have a Rule 44 opportunity to deny a centered candidate a place on your private party's primary ballot if you can keep it. This amendment could use some better language to protect our hardworking county chairs and make this easier for RPT attorneys to defend in court. But even as it is, we still win. It would remove legal liability on a county chair and leave it to the party to enforce the primary qualification rule and defend that right of affiliation in court if you can get this extra language added, okay? All 3 state chair candidates have committed to you that they are ready to defend our rules in court. Put them to the test, guys. Our principles are worth it. We have watched Texas Republicans rise to difficult challenges like we did with Hurricane Harvey. The legal precedent for this is clear. It's telling me that the host would like me to unmute. So the legal precedent for this is clear. Some of you might be old enough to remember when Dennis Kucinich was disqualified from the Democratic Party primary ballot. Sued the party and the party won. There are a host of other party affiliation and election cases to make this a slam dunk legally. Folks, even the Democrats understand this. We can't fight them effectively if they are exercising more rights than we are. But there are some Dennis Kuciniches in this party who don't want to see Rule 44 in there at all, much less watch it strengthened. In your current
my apologies, there's not an easy way to show you you're out of time and actually past time.
I would like to make sure that's up to being documented. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you. On the eve of the chair election in June of 2017, the State Republican Executive Committee had just received word that the party would run out of money by December if it didn't raise $600,000. That was shocking, shocking news that night. I was elected the next day and I went to work. I went to work for this party and I went to work for you. We turned the finances around for the party that fall of 2017, and we have never looked back. We rebuilt the Republican Party of Texas. I went to work for you, and I never stopped. You know what? Words matter, but work matters too, and results matter more. And there are results. Yes, over 120,000 voters registered. New Texas Republican voters that we can count on for November. Yes, more than 60 field staff in the field right now. Yes, over $8 million raised. Yes, a victory chair appointed a year earlier than before. Yes, a candidate recruitment task force that filled up down ballot races across the state. Yes, 49 platform planks passed into real legislation. Yes, thousands of new volunteers to the party. Yeah, in fact, we have already won nearly 1,300 races this November because of our work a year and a half ago, and so much more. And now there is more work, real, roll up your sleeves work, the most critical work again. Ahead. 3 months from Sunday, early voting will begin. November is not that far away now. Let me be crystal clear. My number one priority for the Republican Party of Texas is to win for President Trump and all of our Republicans and defeat Democrats in November. I want to say that again. My number one priority is to win for President Trump, deliver huge Texas Electoral College votes for him, win for Republicans up and down the ballot in Texas, and defeat Democrats in November. This is what I'm focused on, folks, winning. Let me tell you, I went to work for this victory for 2020 immediately after election night in 2018. If we had not spent every day over the last 19 months since that election preparing for victory this November, we would be in a very, very difficult position right now. But because we went to work in 2018 to prepare for 2020, just over 3 months away now, we are on the right track to executing those plans and keeping the pace to win on election day. This is a day in, day out job. This is a 24/7 job, a high stakes job with everything on the line for our majorities and our White House. This is not a job that you can parachute in and out of. This is a serious around the clock job. And I want to see victory through with you this November. I am about the work. I have always been about the work, testifying years in advance of being in this role, campaigning, working, block walking years in advance. And like so many of you, I have served as a precinct chair, a county chair, a delegate to Senate, district, county, and state conventions, to national conventions. I have fought and bled for the Republican Party of Texas. This has been a humbling week, and this path to our state convention today has been challenging. But I will never give up on the Texas Republican Party and never give up on all of you with whom I have served in the trenches. You are greater together. We are greater together. You were at this convention today because you care. You care about the Republican Party of Texas, and so do I. You care about November, and so do I. I am the workhorse who has been preparing for these critical 2020 elections. This is a 24/7 job, and I have been a 24/7 chairman for you. I want to keep working for you here and for Texas. Our values, our platform, our priorities. I have been endorsed by hundreds of you, the very people who make our party work. Today, I ask for your vote to continue serving as your Republican Party of Texas state chair. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless Texas.
I have issued a proclamation terminating the period of hostilities of World War II.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of it soon.
We are one people with one destiny. We all salute the same great American flag.
This concludes the first general meeting. We are adjourned. You will all report to your congressional caucuses now, where you will hold elections for your member on the National Nominations Committee, the national delegates and alternates, your presidential electors, and your caucus's recommendation for National Committeeman and National Committeewoman. After lunch, you will report to your Senatorial District Caucus. The business in that meeting will be to elect your members to the committees on rules, legislative priorities, state nominations, and platform and resolutions. Once those caucus meetings have concluded, we will hold the election in a general meeting for the offices of National Committeeman and National Committeewoman, and hear the reports of the committees on legislative priorities, and hear the report of the committee on platform and resolutions. We are adjourned.
Okay, with that, we are now going to be, I'm going to now be moving over to the Congressional Caucus. So bear with me while I do that, and I'll be back shortly. Okay, while we wait for the Congressional District Caucus to open up, basically a summary of the general session, which was supposed to happen at 8 a.m., and this session was supposed to start at 9. I guess the confusing part for most delegates at this point is the chair basically has finished the general session and then stated that the Senate district would occur after lunch. Well, it's lunchtime now, and we were told to report to the Congressional District Caucuses, which again should have happened at 9. This convention has been a mess for a lot of reason, ultimately because the technology is just not where it needs to be. So we are waiting for the district caucus to start, and during the general session, what we heard was we brought in the permanent chair. James Dickey is the permanent chair, vice chair, and secretary, and sergeant at arms. Then we heard campaign speeches from National Committeeman Robin Armstrong. Apparently, he is running uncontested. And then we heard from the current National Committeewoman. And Denise McNamara, who is challenging her, did not get a chance to do that. For whatever reason, she wasn't on. So unfortunately for her, there will be no speech. She lost out. So if you under Robert's rules, if you don't come when assigned, and they draw lots to see who goes first, second, and third. So if you miss your time to speak, that's why the chair said that she would not be speaking. She would not have the opportunity to share. So National Committeeman, National Committeewoman. Then we heard speeches from vice chair, those running for vice chair, and then state party chair. I was the most entertaining of those would have been Amy Hedke. I think that was one of the most lively campaign speeches I've ever heard, and I don't know if being that this is live, I'm not sure you're going to be able to go back and look at it right now, but you might be able to. And if you can, man, she took aim at everyone. So, and I'm just going to leave it at that. So it is what it is. And then so we heard from Alan West and James Dickey and then Amy. And so that those speeches are over. We're going to be in Congressional District Caucuses. There's no way that the Senate District Caucus can move forward before Congressional District. They've got to get these Congressional District Caucuses completed. And so I guess we'll find out what the schedule is as we move along. So we are in wait. We're not sitting at ease because the session is not in. We are not in session on the Congressional District 4 caucus, which we are waiting for. So I'm going to basically put back the screen that puts us in wait so that you can see when we actually get connected. And one question that was asked of me, people are noticing I'm not voting. Well, I am voting on my computer here and just not on the computer that you're seeing. However, when it comes time for me to make motions or for me to speak, I will be using that computer because it's hooked up to a camera that they can see and hear me. So that's just a little housekeeping. So I'm going to take it back, send it back, and I guess you'll know when I do whether or not we're going into session.
So we have a new update. We have discovered we have quite a few people that mistakenly put in CD2 that were in SD2. And so now they're trying to get out of, when they registered CD2, to get over here into CD4. That'll get worked out, but I just wanted to let you know. So we're working diligently. We also have a lot of first names, and we can't match those up to credentials at this moment with no county, anything. We've got people who've called themselves iPhone, and by just being an iPhone, there's no way to do that. So just wanted to give you kind of an update. We're working as hard as we can on this, guys. Thank you. County chairs, if you're on here, could you just check with your people and see if they could rename, if they're texting you about they're stuck, ask them to go into that area and make sure they put their name in their county. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me, Melanie?
She's got you.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
You can now. I finally found the button.
Okay. Beth has finally got through on the line. She had put in CD4, but she finally got.
Well,
we sent the email to help desk like they told to, but we hadn't got anything. So hopefully shortly.
Yeah, we're working.
And I've still got 2 delegates that hadn't been credentialed yet.
Okay, we have several of that still going. They are still sending out emails. They're sending out phone text. They're trying to track down. We found some where there was a glitch in the spelling of a name, and that threw it for a loop. So that's why, that's what's taking them longer, but it's also working with us.
I know Barbara over there, Barbara Woodruff, she hadn't been, as of a few minutes ago, she wasn't credentialed.
I understand that she finally, I believe, got notified.
Oh, good.
Okay. So I know all of this.
Doing good. I'm just gonna go have a cool one, I think, of some kind while I'm waiting.
All right. Well, I'll just.
But I won't be waving anything on the TV.
Okay. I'm going to go back to continue trying to find more delegates and try to get some last names.
Well, I'm gonna mute myself. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so what you're seeing right now is the Congressional Caucus is finally opened the doors, and everyone is basically taking their proverbial seats in the room. and you can't hear anything because she has her microphone off. The chair, the chairwoman, Melanie Grammer, has her sound off. I was going nuts trying to figure out what was wrong with my system. But then they started talking, and clearly they have she's muted herself. So this is where we're at, and so we're finally in the Congressional Caucus. We're going to start finally moving forward and moving toward a caucus. So good news, and I'm hearing I got a message from Lauren Lectie that he's now in. So that's good. We have had so much trouble of people getting in. So we should be starting soon once everyone is credentialed. Melanie just said that a lot of people are not in, and so they're working on that. So that's where we're at. The fault in the sound is not lie with your system, so don't worry that you're not hearing anything. That is the system. The chair has her microphone off, so that's why nothing is, you're not hearing anything. So when she turns her mic on, we will be able to hear. So I just wanted to give you that update.
I was prepared to do this had we met in Houston as well, since one of the most fundamental principles of conservatism is openness and transparency. And if elected as national delegate, I will broadcast live from behind the scenes so that Texans everywhere can see for themselves what a truly special event our Republican National Convention truly is, including the Platform Committee. Thankfully, our state and national party established rules protecting the rights of delegates to video and broadcast the proceedings as a reflection of our party's commitment to openness and transparency, which is something that liberals and leftists always push against. I sincerely appreciate the time you've taken to watch this video and better understand why I'm the best choice to be your national delegate. If you have any questions or would like to talk to me directly, my phone number is 214-316-2458. This has been a crazy convention for sure, but I think you will agree that it has not quashed our commitment to re-electing the greatest president in my lifetime, Donald J. Trump, to another 4 years in office. Thank you for your consideration. My name is Robert Bunker.
Hello, everyone who has joined us. This is Melanie Grammer, your Kimberly Caucus Chair. Where are we? We are working diligently. I have a team of 5 trying to get all of you admitted, get everybody out of the I want to call it, they're just kind of over their side, as all of you know. But we are working on that. We have a lot of just iPad. It's really hard to bring somebody in who doesn't have a name at this point, because we are trying to be secure. We want to make sure that this is secure for you as delegates. So I did want to let you know we are working on this. We're trying to get a hold of some county chairs. As you see, when you see them on the phone, I'm trying to get a hold of all sorts, trying to determine what is going on. So just hang in there. I wish I could call out for pizza for everybody and we could just kind of have a little, party and some music and do some things. But in the meantime, I have people working in the background trying to make this happen here in the CD. So let me go back to trying to get some of you in and try to get people on the phone. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everybody. Here we are for another update. I'm getting a lot of requests in the chat, but people can't hear me. I figure y'all don't really want to hear all the background noises of us trying to figure out and going who, what, where. And so I've kept us muted on my side, kept us muted at this point, just to cut down on the noise and the confusion as we're trying to call, we're trying to connect with everybody. Many people, it turns out, that we're reaching out to now are in the congressional lunch, which they're still doing online. And we've asked them to start looking at their phones because they can listen. And I saw that. Okay, I actually saw those eye rolls and I can appreciate that. But I am saying that we won't be waiting all the way. Once we have what we need to get in, we're going to go ahead and start. We may have to step down. I'm also still waiting on some paperwork from the state, but that's not going to keep us from moving as far into this as we can. Okay, so know that I'm not dragging my feet just because, but I'm kind of like y'all. I'm only as good as the information they give me and what I can pull out of the ground and off of people and everything that I can do. So, but I am keeping everybody muted, or I'm just because of the background, and we have a lot of feed issues where there's a lot of double feed. So that's where we are, but we're still working, and I promise we are not having lunch. So we'll see y'all in a moment. You can continue to monitor what's going on here in the nerve center. Thanks.
So this is just another update to make sure that you know that the reason why you're not hearing sound is because the chairperson of the committee has muted herself. We are still credentialing people to get into the caucus, and so essentially everyone's just kind of sitting around waiting. So wanted to give you that update. Didn't want you to think that there's something wrong with your sound. The sound is working, and it will be should be starting hopefully soon.
Okay, we've discovered where some of our issues are at the moment. We have people leaving the meeting and coming back in the meeting and leaving the meeting. Well, every time that happens, they go back into the waiting room, and then we're having to bring them back in, which is a confusion again. So once you're in, you should try to stay in. If you use a separate browser to go do something, but going in and out and clicking to see, oh, can I go on and off and on and off, is actually putting you back. So if you found yourself getting thrown out of the meeting every so often, it's not us. If you're moving on. Now, if you're an alternate who's in and your delegation's not here, you're probably going to get scooted back out for right now until your delegation is accounted for. So I wanted to mention that because the team here is going, I just put that person back in 4 times into the meeting, and over 30 minutes, they've checked themselves back out. So it's that's just causing a lot of extra work, and we're missing new people coming in or trying to get in for the first time. So I just thought I would share that as one of the things that we're going with. So we're just trying to get everybody in. Even if you have to step away and get some water or something, let's plan to do that. Thanks. Okay. I'm,
I'll put her back.
Well, I'm back to my update time again, but it's getting better. It is getting better. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 173 currently logged on, admitted. We have approximately 20 in the waiting room. We have made some significant progress. The congressional lunch, where some people are hanging out and they're doing that thing, they should be logging in pretty quick. So I'm feeling really positive. I'm not promising you like it'll be ready in 8 minutes or 5 seconds, but I'm promising you that it's going to move faster than we believe. Now, I will tell you, I have one little glitch. I'm waiting for somebody that we have been assigned, and I've made like multiple phone calls, and that's that person who actually can set the polls up. Because we can nominate all day, but if we can't vote on them right off the bat, it's kind of difficult to do. So I put in calls to find out how soon my tech guy will be online. And so that's exciting for me and for you, mainly for you. And we'll go forward on getting that done. But I did want to let you know participants are coming in. The ones who accidentally went to other CDs, maybe in Dallas, or they got their numbers confused, they're getting straightened out. Okay, so they're coming in. And some of you are having some really good lunches. I can just see that. So, look at that. Oh, yum. Okay, Chick-fil-A. Is that Chick-fil-A I'm seeing? Yeah. Okay, so just want you to know that we're not dragging our feet here, though I know it probably seems like that to everybody. So I'll be back. I'm going to go ahead and get back on and try to make some more phone calls and find out where our tech person is that I'm going to get, because this was kind of new. Okay, the whole thing was new. What can I say about that? But let's see what we can do to kind of get things moving on along. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate your patience with me. I am watching the chat. I am watching if anybody raises a hand or something, but I'm gonna, yeah, I can see that, Adrian, yeah, if you have to log back on and you're having sound difficulties, we'll come get you out of the waiting room. We're not gonna leave you in there. So anyway, I promise we're not gonna do that. All right, we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Welcome, everyone. Okay, we're going to attempt, with full success in mind on this, absolute full success in mind. Thank you for the thumbs up. We're going to move ahead as far as we can. We are missing our technology guide to do certain things that we're required to do. But if it's all right with everyone, I would like to say thank you for your patience. It's a tough time. It's a learning time for all of us, but we are resilient. We are going to do fine. We're going to show the country that Texas, you know what, takes a lot to get in the Republicans' way in Texas. It really does. Okay, you can't take us down, and they can't say we're going to destroy ourselves, because that's just not what we do. So let's start, if you don't all mind, and stand. We're going to have David Hale, the chair of Hunt County, is going to open us in invocation. We're going to also have our pledges to our U.S. and Texas flag. And then we're going to move a little bit until we actually have to stop for a moment. Okay, so if that's all right with everyone, I am going to take a moment and where we can pray, and where we can also, let me find this, the right button, because I would like
Somebody sent out
to say a pledge. We're going to try this.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get everybody together.
Go ahead and take
With all this,
I'll just do it from here. Let's pray. Father, thank you so much for bringing us together today. Father, I pray that you would calm our nerves and ease our minds. Father, I pray that you would okay. And Father, just ask that you would give us peace, give us wisdom. Father's, our country's at stake, and just ask that you would.
Well, thank you so much for bringing us together today.
All the effort and sacrifice that they've gone through to participate.
all right, we are ready to move ahead. Now that I've muted everyone again, and the reason is, as you heard all that background noise, which is normal. I mean, we all have a life. We're at home. We're with groups. All of these things. So it is normal to have a lot of background in our life, and a lot of background noise just in our day-to-day lives. So we are going to move ahead. We've got a very, very busy afternoon and this evening, because we're going to get the business of getting our country taken care of from our national delegates, making sure that we go to Florida, but most importantly, that we get our president reelected. So that is the whole purpose of today from the CD caucus. All right, so moving right ahead, I'm going to call us to order. We are monitoring the chat. If you have a point of information, if you will enter it into the chat, and I believe we're calling that a POI. I have background noise again. So we're still working out back noise where I can.
You can't turn it down.
I can't do anything with it right now. No. See, I can't do anything. It's just opening up windows whenever it feels like.
Yeah, let's get, okay. Now everything seems to be back in order. All right, so like I said, we're going to try to move ahead until such time. We have individuals monitoring the chat. We still have, I've got a couple still monitoring our waiting room and our meeting room to make sure everybody's moving and everything works out. I'll be introducing those to you shortly. But I did want to let you know that. All right, so here we go. And I'm trying to just get all sorts of things off of here where I have everybody back on a full screen where I can see smiley, happy faces. All right. Some of you who have your pictures on where I can see you, if you want to just give me a thumbs up if you can still hear me. Okay. Okay, I'm now seeing some thumbs. So see, I know you want to do the one in the chat because it's a lot of fun, or participants, but I'll just take that thumb up occasionally, you know. All right. Well, as I've said a few times, you are in the Congressional District number 4. My name is Melanie Grammer, and I was appointed by State Chairman James Dickey upon advisement from our current SREC members to be the temporary caucus chairman. You know, whether this, and I know in my own delegation, whether this is your very first convention that you will be able to tell people about for decades, because there will never be another one exactly like this. We're going to enjoy this because there's people who've done, you know, 20 of them or more, and others who are going, you know what, this is my first one and I still wanted to be a part of it. And that's what we're going to do. All right, so with that said, I'm just going to go over some basic rules and situations as our caucus is governed by the Texas Election Code, rules of the Republican Party of Texas, Robert Rules of Order, and the Convention Supplemental Rules. None of these rules can be suspended by this caucus. If you have any questions about the rules as we proceed, please rise to a point of information, and that is in your chat. And if you know where your chat button is, it's for some it's at the side of the screen, some it's at the bottom of the screen, but it is there. Many of you have found the chat button, so I like to say that. But you'll be using, you can put POI in there, and then we will move accordingly. And they'll let me know as I'm also trying to watch this and talk. I will tell you, I have not done the 50 to 100, 200 that they've done over the last several months. So I'm probably not going to be quite as fast, but boy, we're going to move along. And I've got the whole team here giving us a hand. All right, with that said, this is going to be different as you've seen from your schedule. We're going to combine both congressional districts, caucuses in one day, which means that we'll break them up, but we won't break them up. But we do have a format and a system on how we do the nominations and the business at hand. So I'm going to take us as far as we can until such time as I can move forward all the way into the voting, which does require somebody to type it in. And they've not given us that yet, or our individual. The first bit of business that we'll be doing in this particular part of the meeting is to elect the permanent caucus chairman and also a delegate from our congressional district to serve on the national committee's nomination. We're going to be doing that. They're going to hear testimony. They're going to probably spend most of the night meeting online in Zoom. So whoever gets that position will be tied up for quite a while until we get everything done. And they wanted to actually, I say tonight, they would like to get it done today, but there's a whole bunch of people. So with that said, we're going to hear from those people who want to run for that position and be nominated. When we go into the next section, that is when we do the individuals who will be going to Florida in August. And that's what this would have normally been held on a separate day. So we're just going to go back to back at the second caucus part. And we will there be do our nominations for our National Committee woman and our National Committee man. We'll elect 3 delegates and 3 alternates to represent our district at the convention. And we'll elect our presidential elector. So that's pretty much what our day is about at this point. Okay, I'm going to verify everybody who's supposed to be on chat, watching on chat or on the participation area. All right, so I wanted to kind of go over how it's going to work. I wanted to introduce some people to you at this moment. At this time, I have appointed our temporary secretary, Deborah Harper. I don't know, Deborah, if you can click yourself where you can be seen, or if you something. I have to mute myself. Hello.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon.
Okay. And here we. Is my back? I'm now. We will get this right.
Okay, now go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, backing back up, you know, y'all just have to hit me occasionally, you know? All right. What I was, if y'all remember me from 4 years ago, I occasionally just kind of get ahead of myself. So I appreciate your patience. All right. As I was trying to say when I realized that I wasn't unmuted again, the chair has also appointed, on top of Deborah Harper as the secretary, at this point, Jamie Baker as our parliamentarian. And to assist with the support for all of you and for this chair, I have asked that David Hale, John Harper, and Daphne Stanley also support us in the areas of keeping the chat room, getting everyone in and out through the meeting rooms and the waiting rooms. So we'll be doing that. And I have to say thank you so much for taking this on the last couple of days and for the first time today. Later, we will be voting using the Meeting Plus software. Many of you are able to get in that. Some of you have not, but you're able to hear us. I understand from text messages that they are still sending credentials. I wished I could make that happen faster. I wished I could there's a lot of things I wish, and that's one of them, probably the most important thing. So where we are now is for me to announce to you the order of business officially. The order of business as specified in the convention supplemental rules calls for the caucus to elect a permanent caucus chairman, appoint a permanent secretary, elect a delegate from our district to serve on the national committee, nominations committee, excuse me. So now I need to kind of go over, if anybody needs to take notes, that's fine, but I need to kind of go over how we will do that. In just a second, okay. Thank you. With that, nominations, well, nominations are different, as you noticed during the general, but every caucus does it a little differently. So based on the caucus, the size, everything that's happening. So if I'm going to ask that if you are nominating someone for the election being called upon, the one that we're doing at that moment, not the one we're doing down the road, but the one we're doing right then you're going to go to the participants area and you're going to raise your hand. Now, guys, we're going to clear our hands. We're going to make sure that they're keeping an eye on any hands with any questions at this moment to let me know. But we're going to have you raise your hand if you have someone to nominate. When you do that, you will be unmuted. You can unmute, we'll unmute you, and you will be recognized at that point. And we will ask that you do give, for the secretary who needs to record this, we'll ask that you give your name and the county, and then the name of the individual that you are nominating. There's a lot of paperwork, and now they want us to do that online. That makes it a little bit, you know, a little bit. We can do that. We do online stuff all the time. So there are no seconds required for these particular positions. We will do that. At this moment, if we end up at some point having more candidates that do not, through the voting system, who go into a runoff, we already have a procedure for that. But we also have a procedure for if there's more than one individual for a position, we will be doing a drawing. Let us get the little cards in the hat, please. Because, you know, trying to do this where we're doing a draw is a little hard. You can't just tell everybody, oh, can you pick the first number between 1 and 5, because everybody picks a 3, and that doesn't do any good. So we're using a very well-used hat. And what we'll do at the time is a well-used hat. Wow.
Well, you picked a lot.
I know, but wow, that's a well-used hat. Okay, what we'll do is at the time, the individual will, we will ask the individual to give us their name. And I will say, for instance, Minnie Mouse, we will draw for Minnie Mouse. At that time, we have little cards, they'll be shaken. We'll draw it just like any time else that you've been around. And these kind of look upside down through the screen. And that will be the order of how they'll be presented to you. Okay, so I want to let you know that we do have a system to keep that as fair as possible for our candidates. At this time, under the supplemental rules to keep things moving along, they have limited for all caucus positions, anything that we're doing in the CD, to 2 minutes aggregate. That means that's it. Once we get through the who am I nominating, when it is time for the candidates to speak or whoever is speaking for them, it will be a combined, all that for 2 minutes. We will stop. The best way, because everybody we got to make sure we unmute you. We need to make sure that you're recognized. If you are a delegate, candidate who wants a certain couple of people to talk with you, we want to make sure we get those open. So the timekeepers will, and we do have that, will stop at so many seconds. You say you want 15 seconds, 15 seconds is muted. And then The other person appears on the screen and we go forward. So we believe we have a very tight and good process here based on the training and also on conversation and what is allowed through the rules. All right, when we go through the runoff, we will come back to that. All right, let us step down for a moment for a quick. So it appears that my parliamentarian has reminded me that I missed something, so may I backtrack a moment in my discussion? When I had mentioned the point of information and I asked you in the Zoom chat to put your point of information request, it appears I left out the POO. Who?
Point of order.
Okay, point of order. So if you wish to have a point of order, please put POO. This is, oh, by the way, this is in the supplemental rule. I just want you to know I did not come up with those abbreviations. Make a motion to move. There's, you can, right, it doesn't, okay. And make a motion to amend. You would use the word move or to amend in the chat box. So I will tell you that it will be rare that we will use the red or the green button. Okay, we are using the hand up, as I said, for nominations. All right. I believe I am now back on target. Thank you, Mr. Baker. So it is what it is today. So at this point, this is something we can do depending on how far we get. I understand without my individual yet from the state on the computer. So nominations, we're going to go ahead and start one section of nominations. And I will read this part. Nominations are now in order for permanent chairman of this caucus. The person elected will also serve as the chairman of the caucus later today and possibly Sunday if needed for the Congressional District delegation. As it normally says on the floor, there is some conversation about where that would be on the floor because it will probably be on Zoom. So I wanted to let you know that that would be how that one would work. With that said, the floor is now open with the hand raise for nominations for the permanent caucus chairperson.
Kendra Culpepper. Kendra Culpepper has her name, and I'm unmuting her. You recognize her.
I'm recognizing Kendra Culpepper.
Madam Chair, I nominate Melanie Grammer as the permanent chair of this caucus.
Thank you. Thank you. And Kendra Culpepper has nominated Melanie Grammer.
Gene Key is next. I'm unmuting him.
Okay. I believe we have Mr. Gene Key. Mr. Key? Do you have Mr. Key, there's a lot of background noise. I could not understand you. Do we still have Mr. Key with us? Mr. Key?
He is
Okay,
gone. Jerry
thank you.
Fisher has a motion.
The chair recognizes Jerry Fisher for a nomination.
Sorry. They already went through. Thank you, Melanie.
Okay.
They've already, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Next, who do we have next?
Donnie Weisenbaker.
Mr. Weisenbaker, your hand is up. Do you have a nomination? Okay, he's off. He put his hand down. Adrian Balkan, your nomination, please. She's still muted.
I'm asking her to unmute.
Adrian, you'll need to unmute. There you are. You have a nomination? Your hand is, your hand is up. Is up. Lower your hand or?
Melanie Grammer?
Yes. Oh, thank you. Adrian. Okay. Are there any? Do we have John? Okay. And Mr. McIntyre, do you have a nomination? Okay, go ahead at this point. Okay. If there are no other nominations,
I'm closing nominations now.
if there are no other nominations, are there, I need to call for that a couple of times. Are there any other nominations? Okay. Okay. Mr. Weisenbaker, you're addressing, do you have a nomination?
Well, I was going to nominate you, Melanie, but unfortunately I couldn't, you wouldn't unmute me. So I do nominate you, but I would also, if it's in order, I'd like to move to nomination, Steve.
Okay, at this point, I was about to ask for that. There's, I cannot call it to cease based on the rules. However, if there are no other nominations for anyone seeking this position of permanent caucus chair, then the chair declares the nominations are now closed. Okay, now with that, at this point, what I can say is that we can now use, as there is no one else, we do have to get a count. So all of those in favor of Melanie Grammer for permanent chair, please use the green yes button. If you will go on to your participants and you'll be able to use the green yes buttons. And the red button is for a nay. And we're letting voting go on. It will take it just a moment because there's always a little bit of a lag, I find, even if it's only a 1/10 of a second with phones.
A point of information has been raised by John McIntyre.
Okay. We do have a point of information raised by Mr. McIntyre. Mr. McIntyre? Do we have him muted? Can you unmute him? Mr. McIntyre, would you unmute yourself?
Yes, I tried to nominate in writing and by raising my hand, Sue Evenwell from Mount Pleasant, Texas.
For what position, Mr. McIntyre?
Aren't we doing the permanent chair?
Yes, we just wanted to make sure. But that was already closed, according to my department.
Well, I wrote it down and I had my hand raised and I tried to speak to you to nominate her. You called my name. Hello.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre, I am listening. Okay, so nominations closed at this time. I'm calling the end of the vote. Time is, we'll give you another couple of seconds here, a minute, before I close them to make sure that everyone has gotten their vote in at this time. All right. Closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What a rip.
Poll is closed at this time. Results are 138 to 1. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the opportunity to continue serving you, and I will do everything in my power to make this as painless as possible for all. Thank you very much for your faith in this system, or at least in my team. So with that, we are moving on. We have your numbers. You have your numbers. Okay. All right. We're going to clear all now, so that way we have a clear area at this point. All right. Now, being that has happened, with the permanent placement, I would like to go ahead and appoint my permanent secretary, which is Deborah Harper. And we will keep the co-host teams, the support team of the parliamentarian Jamie Baker, with our team of John Harper, Daphne Stanley, and David Hale. With that said, so, however, at this moment, I will tell you that the next item of business would be the National Nominations Committee. However, I have got to get our person who can, from the voting process, they're the only ones who can enter in the vote. So I'm going to ask this caucus for a moment while I continue making phone calls and we make sure everybody we're keeping an eye on is in here for the vote. I'm going to have us, hang on just one moment.
Before you exit, will you have everybody by show of hands, like raise their hand if they have been credentialed? We want a list of.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Okay.
Sewer employee has a point of information.
Okay. We have a point of information. We'll take that, and then I will give you where we are before we stand down for a moment. So point of information, I understand, is Sue Lynn Voigt. And Sue Lynn, you will need to unmute yourself.
I have a point of information. I do not have the agenda. Is there any way that we can rearrange the agenda to get any work done and come back to this agenda item? Or are we stuck where we are?
That's a good question. We are stuck because everything we do from this point forward is all votes. We have there is no other business than that before us at this time. Thank you for your question. That was a good question. Now you were, so.
If everybody would.
So we also now need one bit of housekeeping from all of you. So if you have been credentialed, okay, and you are a delegate, you've been credentialed, and we know this, though you shouldn't be in here, okay, if you're not, but just because I would like you to please, we're trying to get some, you wanted to do it that way. If you have not been credentialed, then please hit the green button. If you have not been credentialed.
Mark Russo has a point of information.
Okay, but I'm in the middle of this one thing. Mr. Russo, I'll be with you in just a moment. Please use the green button if you have not. Okay, this is looking good. All right. Are you ready?
No, we got one.
There's 2. Okay. If you have not been credentialed, we're at 2 now. Again, hit the green button, please. Okay.
You can take Mark Russo.
Mr. Russo, sorry, Mr. Russo. Have you unmuted yourself at this point? I can't.
Yes, I have, and we're good. I just, instead of raise hands, you did the green thing. That's fine. That's all. That's my point of order.
Thank you very much. Okay, do y'all have what y'all need?
One.
Okay, then everybody has.
Yep.
Okay. 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 At this point, we're going to need to stand down. If y'all want to like get a drink, go get a bite of pizza, just like walk down the hall for a second. But I have to find out where our person is where we can do the voting. I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, I just want to give an update on what's happening right now. We're basically waiting for the company that sets all of the voting up to basically give us their person that's supposed to be assigned to our congressional district, and that hasn't happened yet. So we're kind of in wait, and that's why we're in pause. I do understand that Melanie, the chair, is not seating alternates yet, and which is surprising, frankly, because I don't think that we have the full voting strength in Rockwall County. So alternates, I'm assuming, are going to be seated soon. But I will ask and make an inquiry on that. So I know that at least one alternate is watching this right now. So I thought I'd give you a shout out and hope that you don't go away. So with that, I'll put it back on the screen for Melanie Grammer, and hopefully she'll be back soon.
Hi, everybody. We're back. Okay, so one of the questions we're being asked, hi. One of the questions we're being asked is when we're going to see the alternates. We have 7 alternates in the waiting room. We're going to bring them on in. That way they can hear and be a part at this point, and we're still within our numbers to do that. So I want to let you know that we've not ignored our friends out there. They've been so wonderful and so diligent to stick with us while we work through this this stuff. But I'm positive that it's going to come together. I have reached out to multiple people, and it's just a case of getting my person here and or a backup. So we're not just sitting here. I've been on the phone, and honestly, we're actually doing better than some of the others. I just want you to say, so y'all are doing awesome. Sue Lynn, you have a point, Voight has a point of inquiry. Yes. Go ahead and let's get.
I was just going to ask, because I'm actually talking to several that have already voted, but they decided, I guess, to go ahead and vote through Zoom.
You cannot do that. Those votes may not count.
Okay.
Okay. So, and I don't say that. That's just what I was told for me, that if we do this right now, we do the supplemental rules. Rule number 22 on voting is very, very online specific for anyone who would like to go on the, and
okay.
Sue, I'm just talking about.
No, I'm just saying, I've already had 3 different people like text me whether they did. I'm not going to say whether they did or did not make their RNC delegation. And when I asked, I said, how are you doing this? And they were like, all of them voted on Zoom.
Right.
As long as it's
and but and you know what, the thing is, if it's not contested, it may be wonderful, but if it's contested, so, but I did want to, if I have some individuals out there who I know are very rule oriented guys and who want to look things up, and I don't blame you, but it is rule number 22 and that on how it will be done, but it's also on about the electronic voting. So I'm hoping that the powers that be might, but it's not a problem with the machines. It's just getting us where we can start voting. There is a reason at this point we're not hearing for nominations, and that is because we could very quickly, I already know, I've been notified on chat, and again, you know, that's a good thing. Chatting with us is good, okay? Telling us what you need or your questions. But if I open up the floor to nominations and there's more than one for this next position, which I've been told there will be by multiple people who are running for it, then we're stuck again. We can't do the vote. So that's really where we are. But I'm just, you know, right there with you. I wished I had better. The nurse in me wants to do something, just do something. So thank you. And again, we will keep you updated. I'm not going to keep you in the dark. So thank you. Anybody else have a point they want to talk to me about? Okay, I'll leave y'all alone. Thank you.
Hang on, let me find her.
Okay, we have a point of inquiry from Christy Ratliff. Ms. Ratliff?
Thank you. We still have a delegate who never received credentials, and I can tell from the comments in the chat that there are many others as well in the same situation. While we're waiting to find this missing in action IT guy, could we perhaps look into getting these people their credentials so that they can participate, please?
Well, I am also getting a lot of text messages on that also. And they're doing to me the same thing they're doing to them. I have to go to the help desk, which, yes, I understand the phone's not working and the emails and all that. I am right there. We've reported several ourselves. We have looked, we've tried to find ways to see if it was just maybe a different name. We've been looking every way physically that your caucus team can do in any caucus. But if you will, through the chat, Christy, if you know that person, if you would again, if you wouldn't mind in the chat sending us her name, we'll see what else, you know, we can see is all I could say, and see if we've got a spelling situation for us. Okay. Okay, Ms. Ratliff, and to everyone else, if someone doesn't have their credentials, but they want to see what's going on, they want to hear what's going on, they want to be a part of us, but they know at this moment they won't be able to vote, okay? That's two separate programs, okay? We can provide, we've got a Zoom link that will let them see what's going on in this caucus. And we'll be happy to put that in the chat. We'll put it right now also.
He was able to view the Zoom.
Okay.
He just was not able to vote, and he felt like that was pretty much pointless.
Yeah.
That was the whole reason he signed up to be a delegate, was so that he could vote.
Mm-hmm.
And he has been disenfranchised by this process.
And I personally understand that. Great. I'm just, at this moment, the only thing that I can do except continue doing what I'm doing is making 14,000 phone calls and wrapping for my own groups is to see that it's so. We are putting that right now. I believe he is typing that in the, for others who can't even see it yet, we are putting that in the chat for everyone to be able to at least get that to the delegates who don't have that. But they are pulling everything up. All right, let me get back on the phone. Let me call and see if I can. I'm trying to get several different people, even people who don't necessarily just normally deal with these areas, but everybody's hands on deck, trying to get them to help us answer. So I'll be back with you in just a second. Thank you. And then. All right. Okay. Also, just to let you know, it's not that we don't have a list. What we have as a list is the list that was submitted of just everyone who told their county chairs or at their county conventions that they wanted to be a delegate or an alternate. That was then submitted. So it's not that, and in many cases, what has happened is maybe there was a typo. Maybe we misspelled a first name or a last name. What that's done, though, is because it's tied to VUIDs and everything else. That is where the credentialing issues have come in as they try to match and fix some of that. So it's not that, you know, I know someone who's it was off by a letter and nobody caught it when it was initially submitted. So that's part of it. We do have a list. That's actually, we worked off of this list just to get everybody in that we had. So that we had from earlier in the week on Thursday. But I have a point of inquiry by, where is Mr.? Hang on just a second. It's gone to the bottom here. Oh, there it is. Which one? Mr. Steinem?
Steinhagen?
Sorry. Yes, sir. Oh, hi there.
How are you? Madam Chair, you know, we do have one race that's Robin Armstrong running for national committeeman that is my understanding he's unopposed. So if we could go ahead and move on that nomination and vote, unless I'm ill-informed, I would like to make that motion to go ahead and move with that so we can get something out of the way.
Give me just 1 second, because that sounds good to me. But give me just a second.
Thank you. I'll remute. I'll remute.
Anyone else?
What?
Hang on just 1 second.
What you would need to do is make a motion.
Okay, I'm back with you. I am back with you. Okay. Mr. Bunker, if you will unmute yourself, are we back on together here?
He's not.
I'm unmuted.
There you go.
Yep.
Okay, there is a way we could do this particular vote, but again, if someone does rise to it, it will stop this. We can move that potential race, the national chair, but it will require a adjustment here with a motion.
Okay.
Which that you would make, you'll need to make it in chat, please, in writing.
Oh, okay.
That your motion is to move the nomination of the National Committee man. So if you
out of order,
chat,
to move it out of order, is that the motion?
yes, to move it out of order, yes.
So moved.
Okay, thank you.
There's a second from Kendra.
We have a, before I can call it, we have a second from Kenda Culpepper. Okay, but I know I have to, I still have to do this. Okay, the motion, for all in favor of the motion as it was presented, would you let me clear our yes and no buttons? Give me just a second. Okay, then if you all in favor, please push the green button of moving this. All we are doing is moving the order of the national nomination of the national chair, committee man. Moving the order of the national committee man. All in favor, yes. All opposed would also hit no, the red button. Voting is taking place. Okay, you'll need, yeah, you're doing that one. Okay, we're still voting. We want to make sure everyone has an opportunity with their phones. Okay, I'm watching the numbers. They're beginning to slow, but I want to make sure everybody, I know there's been some people still getting this down, and I don't want to not let anyone's vote not get counted that wishes to. All right. We will suspend the vote here in 5. We'll close the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting has now ceased. 152 to 0 to 152 to 0. 152. You have that down. 152. All right. Now we are opening the floor. Go ahead and close those out, please. Okay. We are now opening the floor for nominations for the National Committee man. If you are okay, nominate. Okay, so, excuse me, Sue, Miss Evenwell, you have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Dr. Robin Armstrong for the position of National Committee man.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Evenwell. Okay. Ms. Fisher, do you have a motion? You're still muted. Hang on.
Okay, now you got me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I am so honored to second that nomination of Dr. Robin Armstrong for Republican National Committeeman. He is a brilliant, brilliant doctor who owns his own Armstrong Medical Group. He is a great resource for the information.
Out of
Oh,
order.
no.
Out of order.
No, I was told I could say this.
No, not until discussion.
Normally, you would have done that if you were going to speak on him in a speech, but
Okay.
the nomination. I can tell you're excited if you'll just hold on a moment. Okay. Okay. Do I? Are there any other nominations? Do you see any other nominations? You see any hands up?
No.
Okay. Seeing no other nominations at this time, then the chair declares the nominations are closed. And we're going to take then, with there being none, we will take we need to clear the deal. I've got too many things. Okay, we do need to, I'm going to open the voting. Yes is for green. Green is for yes. If for the National Committee Chairman, nominee Dr. Robin Armstrong, of course, no is red. Please cast your votes. All right. Okay. All right. I see the voting is going on very strong here. Give us just a couple of more seconds, a minute or so, as we continue voting. And I'll call it here in just a moment. Okay. Voting will close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. 169 to 2 at the close of voting. Okay, and we have now our nominee is Dr. Robin Armstrong. Wonderful. We got something done. This is awesome. Yes. Okay. Do we have any hands up? Anything else? Britton Brooks. Okay. Do we want to go ahead and open Mr. Brooks?
Sounds like he's frustrated.
Ask him to go live. We're getting him. Okay.
He's frustrated.
Is that a point of information or what?
No, he has a motion.
You have a motion. All right.
Madam Chair?
Motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is Britton Brooks, SREC Committeeman SD 30. I proudly nominate Tony Ann DeShiel as our National Committeewoman.
Okay.
We are,
right.
It's out of order.
Mr. Brooks, because that last motion only was for the National Committee man, we would, of course, need to take this one out of order also. Would you like to maybe provide a different?
I make that motion, ma'am. I move to take the National Committeewoman out of order.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay, Sue Lynn Voigt has given us her second.
I second.
Okay. Oh, you second. Well, yes.
I just unmuted her.
Oh, thank you. I had to unmute you. Sorry. Okay. All right. The motion is the nomination to change the order of the nomination for the National Committee Woman. We can take a vote on this. Do y'all see any other?
Yeah, like take a vote.
Okay. All in favor? Choose green, yes. All opposed to changing the order for the committee woman? Also go no. With red.
Yes.
Voting continuing. We're voting on order. Okay, we're okay, sorry. Okay. We're going to be closing the voting here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is now 1:43 to change the order of the election of the National Committee Woman. Give me just 1 second. Give me 1 second. I had to shove off some pieces of paper. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to mute for just a second. Give me while I stand down, everyone. Okay, we have a question of inquiry from Mr. Teeman. If we unmuted him.
We're asking her to unmute
Mr.
herself.
Teeman, you'll need to unmute yourself, please. Okay, Mr. Teeman, there you are.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Have you unmuted?
He's unmuted.
Oh, he's lowered his hand.
No,
No, you haven't lowered. There you are, but we can't hear you. He's checking out his computer.
His microphone's not on.
I think your microphone may not be on. We'll give you a moment to maneuver that.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, I'm sure you may have already covered this, but I'm just curious, would it be possible for us to move through all of our nominations and maybe hear the speeches and then come back and vote for everyone at the end?
Well, that is a possibility, but right now, and we could discuss that. Right now, we're looking at the national chair. The national committeewoman. Okay, but we can come back to that once we make this through this. Okay, and have discussion on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
I'm still on.
As a motion.
Okay, Mr. Brooks, I understand that, I need to actually say a couple of things to lead us into this correctly, okay? You have a motion. I can take the motion, but I would like to say my thing. So go ahead and make your motion.
Madam Chair, I move Tony Ann DeShield as our National Committee woman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Tyler Knight has a motion.
Mr. Knight?
I'd like to second that.
Okay, thank you very much. Tyler Knight seconds that motion. Okay, the floor is, the floor is now open for any other nominations. Any other nominations, please raise your hand. Or y'all like within?
Kirkland has his hand raised.
Okay, Kirkland. Sorry, I'm not good with this. Okay, Mr. Herblin, you have your hand up. Where is he? Is he unmuted? I'm not hearing him.
He's not unmuted yet.
You need to, we've asked you if you, there you go. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Denise McNamara.
Okay, we have Denise McNamara. Thank you, sir. And do we have a second? Do we have a second? Hang on.
Gary Cruz.
Right. I have a feeling it's coming. Mr. Cruz.
I'd like to make a second for Denise McNamara.
Okay. And the chair does apologize. I actually didn't need a second, but I was just moving in my brain ahead. But thank you, sir, for doing that. It's still working. Okay. And the floor is still open.
There's a point of order.
There's a point of order.
From Mr.
Never mind. Never mind. Okay. All right. Okay. Do we have any other nominees? Okay. Hold on just a second. We need to unmute. Mr. Seidman, you've raised your hand.
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that nomination cease.
Okay. We have a nomination to close nominations. Do we have a second? Mr. Brooks?
I second that, Madam Chairman.
Okay. All right. Nominations are now closed. Okay, I would like to say something on this. Since this is now a contested race, okay, with two candidates, we are about to reach the absolute as far as we can go. We can, and this will take a vote by this group, we can determine if you want to go ahead and hear any speeches for these individuals, go ahead and get that out of the way and do that if that's what you prefer. However, I just want to make it very clear to everyone that until we get the individual who allows us to put it in the computer, who can get that in, and I think that's coming soon, we will not be able to vote on that deal. So the situation is that we could hear, but I don't know how long it's going to be, or we don't. So, but I do see I have a question, it looks like, from Mark Russo. It's a POI. And we need to unmute him, guys.
Two questions.
Okay, when there are questions. Okay. Go ahead.
One of inquiry, wanted to know that if we could take the, let them speak and the speeches and then table the motion on a vote and then allow the other speeches to continue. In other words, we get some of our speeches out of the way and then table the vote.
Make a motion in order to do that.
Hang on just a second. Okay. Now I'm feeling like I'm, getting in there. Okay, so we're going to need you to enter a motion into the chat that you are wishing,
There is a point of order.
and we have a point of orders.
The point of order is they did not vote to close nominations.
You did.
So
Okay.
you need to call the vote for that.
All right, we're going to back up a moment. Thank you for pointing out the point of order. We don't normally close the nominations. The chairman changes it. Give us just a second here while the parliamentarians discuss this. Get down just
Denise McNamara. So it keeps breaking out having all the speeches at once. Except that'll get real.
Okay, parliamentarians have weighed in. All right, and in reality, the previous motion to close the nominations for the National Committee Chairwoman and second were out of order. However, it is at the discretion of the chair to be able to close after reasonable accepting of and offering and putting out that, you know, there weren't to open up for nominations. It is the discretion of the chair to be able to close the nominations. With that said, then we are able to do that, and that does not require a vote, as the other was out of order. So moving forward now, are there any other nominations for National Committeewoman? Adrian Walker, yes, ma'am. Adrian Balkan, you have your hand up. Let's address this.
Sue Edenwell has a motion.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move the nominations be closed.
Okay, again, that would be out of order. However, hearing no, and thank you, Ms. Edenwell, hearing no other nominations at this time, we are closing nominations for the National Committeewoman. Now, we're going to move ahead with this part, which was this discussion of the speeches. Do we have something in chat? Somebody, I think, was writing you a chat on this, a motion. Okay, we're pulling up chats. Hold on just a second. Do you see anything in the chat? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. With that said, what was then presented? Do we have? We were discussing the fact of, and I believe Mr. Brooks brought this up. We were discussing and getting motions in place and discussion, and I don't know if we're continuing there, of whether or not to allow speeches for this particular situation, or to which we will need to get a motion on to go ahead and do speeches, or a motion to, or we will not do them, being that we do not know how long it would be before we actually will be able to enter the voting into the system. So I need to hear on that. Guys, do I see hands?
No.
Okay, no hands up. Do I have anything in chat?
Okay, now you have Brooks.
Okay, Mr. Brooks, you need to unmute yourself or be unmuted. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, I would suggest that we take each race in order. This Zoom process has been confusing to some. I think if we get too out of order on this and just do all the speeches first, it might be kind of hard to go back and recall who everyone is voting on and what for later on down the road.
Your point's well taken. We were discussing that due to the fact the other races have multiple steps, first, second, third. There may be repeats, things of that. It will get very convoluted on, did you hear about from somebody for race 1, 2, 3 for that, or which one? So there is a point that we are stepping over, according to my parliamentarians, on what we would do. But right now, we were looking at this one because it had been brought up a moment ago about whether or not to hear this particular race. However, you know, what I would like to see from the body on this particular race, we have not voted on it. We've not actually had a given motion on hearing anyone. I feel, and I'll be happy to continue to discuss this with you guys, I'm not as eloquent as our state chairman on this, but we're getting into the weeds. We have individuals who are trying to keep up and are not, they want to keep things more in order. Okay, and that's what I think we should do, because we were right on the ragged edge of where we needed to be in anyway. And now that we have the two, we need to follow the rules, the supplemental rules that says the candidates speak. That is the opinion of the chair. So at this point, I need to okay, Mr. Weisenmaker, your hand is up. Can you unmute yourself? I got you, I think. Yes, sir. Mr. Weisenmaker, you had your hand up?
Yes, ma'am. I had my hand up, Madam Chair. If I may speak, if I'm in order to speak against this idea of having the speeches made and then come back and vote at a later time, as many people, not just on this one, but if we do it on this one and try to do others to move it forward, it's going to be convoluted. I think we're disenfranchising the delegates enough by having delegates that are registered, credentialed, and still not in the meeting, that we need to slow down and wait until we get this right so that we can do it right, so that it won't be able to be challenged in the future.
We need to have on top.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weisenbaker. We need to discuss this. There isn't, a motion at this point. We'll take your opinion under advisement at this moment. And thank you for that. I do want to be able to call and see what our delay is, how much longer we have. But I do see that Ms. Ratliff, you would like to comment before I make the call, the phone call. I'm trying to unmute you. There you go.
Yes, ma'am. I'm new to this, as you know. This is my first convention, and here we are at 3 p.m. This caucus began at noon, and we have yet to vote on a candidate. So, other than the one that was uncontested, and the Senate District Caucus was set to begin at 1 p.m. Are we therefore going to miss that? Are they going to wait until we're done here?
Considering the Senate 2, excuse me, in Senate District 2, he is actually in the room with us. So I would say he's probably waiting at the moment, because we're supposed to finish our congressional districts. However, some of you have other Senate districts, and I understand that there are some other Senate districts in CD4. This is where I need to get some guidance. So if you will give me a moment, and I will step down and make some phone calls and find out where we are in the rules.
I understand that you don't have
missing your other. I know you're with us at SD2. When I say with us, I don't know with SD1 if they've started or not. I understand that pretty much all the congressional districts are seriously way behind right now. And that's why I guess why they told us to be long. But and if I could huddle with my team and my parliamentarians, I think they have a thought on this. So give me just a moment, and I will be back with you. Okay. I'll be right back, Mr. I can only see the word bunker. And
Robert
Stein, thank you, Steinhagen. Mr. Steinhagen, I'll be back with you in just a moment. And those, you have your hand up. Give me just a moment to huddle with the team, please. Hello, everyone. I'm going to put myself back on here. Okay, I hated to leave you for a few minutes. There is spirited discussion going on only because we think we have found a way to make this work for the entire. We will bring you back the information as we work it out, but we think we have worked a way to make this process a little less long. So if you'll give us just a few more minutes, if you'll give me a few more while we continue, then we can come back, we'll answer questions, but I think we found a way to get us all the way to the end and around some of this. So give me just a second and we'll be back with you in just a moment. Thank you. Okay, I'm back with you. The good news is I got a call and the tech support should be logging on any second. That's what we're watching for. And we're and we're watching for the name. And at that point, we should be able to move into high, when I say high gear, we will not rush the seriousness of this situation and the decisions we have to make, but we shouldn't have to stop again. I guess is what I'm thinking. And we can go into voting and do what we need to do. So that is where we are. We're getting everything lined back up, where we'll finish what we started with the last set of candidates, and then we can move forward into the rest that are ready to go. So I think I see the light at the end of that tunnel, and that's where we are in trying to make things happen. So I'll stay with you. I'll be right here, and I'll be back with you here in just a few minutes. Okay, I see a hand? Mr. Steinhagen, I believe you have your hand up for me.
Yes.
Are you still muted? There you are.
Yes.
Mr. Steinhagen?
Yes, Madam Chair. Can you hear?
I do now. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, good. A couple of things. First, one of the questions about the Senate District Caucuses, it's my understanding that based upon the Zoom protocol that both, if you are in another Senate caucus, you should be able to go into that as well. So to see both caucuses, not that that's going to be actually, that will actually happen. But second, the one of the issues that I'm hearing, Madam Chair, is that obviously the credentialing is very slow, and we still have a lot of Rockwall delegates who have not been credentialed. However, there are some who are saying, well, I'm in now, and I want to make it very clear that without your unique credential ID, Madam Chair, their vote will not count because a vote only counts once per ID, which is why it's so important to be credentialed. And finally, I think Jason E. Carter should sing the song that he posted, not just post it. So that's a request, and I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Your point well taken. Give me just, and I appreciate it. Give me a second. Okay, well, we do have some good news. We have our tech guy. Welcome, Keith. We are very happy about that.
Hello. Sorry, I'm setting up the meeting right now. Howdy.
Heidi, we've got a few things we're going to do, Keith. We'll get yourself together, and I think we'll get there with time, okay?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
They cannot.
Okay, we are. Okay, I have everybody muted. Okay. All right, people. We are right now, we have our guy who's going to be handling us on our voting. Okay, setting up the polls, setting up all of that. So we can now move forward. When we last were together a few moments ago, and interesting enough, we've technically entered that second phase. If we had that second part of the meeting on that Saturday, we're there. So I think that's kind of working out. It just didn't take 48 hours. Okay, so with that said, I just want to remind where we are. We had two individuals who were nominated from the floor. We had Tony Ann Schill, we had Denise McNamara for the National Committeewoman. Both of those individuals were nominated and nominations ceased at that time. All right, so what we will do now is we will be moving forward into the next stage, and we'll be seeing that he gets this. And you know, there is that delay. You saw it earlier. You vote, we'll move forward, and we will send him the name, and he will start working on this, okay? So we still have speeches to give, and then we'll talk about how they will go on the ballot. Okay, so I just wanted to let you know on that. Give me just 1 second, get my stuff in the hat. We have the hat. Okay, we will now draw first, and we're doing this based on who was nominated first, but the numbers that go into the hat. The reason the hat is kind of funny is actually David Hill pulled it out of his back of his pickup truck, and he uses it on his ranch. So let me go ahead and pull who will be speaking first. Okay, I can't get it out of the hat. Okay.
Wait. First, you have to say the name. Who are you drawing for?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. You know, okay. Yes, we will be drawing for Tony Ann Schill first at this point. So I'm still trying to circle. Okay, we ready? Okay. All right. Tony Ann Schill is second. So those speaking on behalf of Denise McNamara will be first. I will tell you that how we will be doing that is they have an aggregate, each candidate, of 2 minutes. We have a timer. What those who speaking will do is you will raise your hand to let us, and in your, actually, I think it would be better to go in the comments and tell me who you are and how much time you need in that two minutes, in case there's multiples. So as Ms. McNamara is not here, I can't ask her that. So if you'll go ahead in the chat, and if you would like to speak on behalf of this candidate, I'll know where you are, and we will recognize you. Okay. I see no hand. Do we have any chats?
Okay, so we have 2 hands raised.
Okay, you have 2 hands raised. Where are my hands? I don't see
One
hands.
hand now, Jim.
Jim
Herblin.
Herblin.
Okay, Jim Herklin.
Herblin.
Okay, I mean, Mr. Herklin. We have someone who would like to, Mr. Herklin. Herblin, excuse me, Mr. Herblin. I now see you. Forgive me for that. I understand you would like to speak on behalf of the candidate?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, and how much time are you looking to need?
Oh, not much, 30, 45 seconds, maybe a minute.
Okay, sure. And you will be able to go ahead and do so.
Okay, yes, Denise has been in Republican politics for many, many years, is a strong supporter of Donald Trump, and I've known her for several years, and I would love to see her get this National Committeewoman spot because of her commitment to the party and her commitment to conservatism. And as many of us know that within our party, there's, we kind of go from left to right, and Denise is a strong conservative, both morally and fiscally, and I would love to see her get this spot. So I'd appreciate your vote for Denise. Many of you know her. And I just think it's time for a change, and we need strong, strong leadership in this place. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
There is 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
Okay. We have on the clock, there is still 1 minute and 15 seconds left. If there is anyone else who would like to speak on behalf of this candidate, please raise your hand. Let's do it that way. I think we can get to you easier at this point. Watch your hands. Go ahead. Okay. Seeing none, we will now move to the next candidate. All right. Our next candidate is candidate Tony Ann Dashiell. There is also another, this is 2 minutes on the clock. If you wish to speak on behalf, we will do that. I see a hand. I see you see 2 hands. Okay.
Britton Brooks and George Woodruff.
Okay. I see right now Britton Brooks. We have 2 individuals. We have 2 minutes to use total. Mr. Brooks. He's muted. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're muted. We're trying to. Can you hear us?
I sure can, ma'am.
Please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise on behalf of Tony Ann. When I first got on the SREC, she really took me under her wing. She works great with Dion and myself, incredibly approachable, and a wealth of knowledge. Most of all, she is one of us. She can talk like us. She understands the common man and woman, and I find her to be an incredible Republican, an incredible person. I ask you to support her and give her your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And we have another hand. How many seconds do we have, please?
We have 1 minute and 22 seconds left.
Okay. We have a second hand up. I believe I saw Ms. Woodruff, and that would be your, you have an 1 minute and 22 seconds. And let us make sure you have been open before you start. I don't, where do you have her?
Ask them to unmute.
Unmute, please. Yep. There you
Madam
are.
Chair, can you hear me? Madam Chair? Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Barbara Woodruff, Grayson County Republican Chairman. I would like to speak on behalf of Tony Ann. I've known her for over 20 years. She's the present National Committee woman. She has served as a grassroots individual who has even gone to other countries to help women learn leadership. She has an excellent book that she has co-authored on leadership for Republicans, which is very useful even for county chairs. She was the former president of TFRW. She's a member of Women for Trump, and she has played a pivotal role in the organization of the national convention coming up this year. She basically is extremely talented in everything she does, a conservative lady who loves what she's doing with a lot of energy. She has served on the RNC Budget Committee, Convention Rules Committee, and the Presidential Nominating Process Committee. She's a dedicated grassroots leader. I strongly advise that we vote Tony Ann DeShiel back into her position. She represents Texas with a zeal, and she will represent us well. Thank you, delegates.
Okay, thank you. All right, all time has been used up for the candidates. At this point, we are now going to need a point to work with tech support to get our poll put in place. It will take just a moment, so if you'll stand down while the tech support is given the names to work with. Thank you.
Here, give me a second to get to a better area. I'm right here.
I'm been talking.
Now I'm going to switch screens so that my vote is not broadcast because it's obviously there. So that you're going to see a screen, but it will come back once voting has concluded. I'll keep the sound on so that you can hear any conversation that's going on within the caucus.
I'm trying to answer your question, and I got myself all tied back up. The title of the race is National Committee Woman.
Okay, and the candidates in order?
The first candidate is Denise, Denise, and this McNamara, M-c-N-a, I can't reach writing. M-A-R-A.
Got it.
Okay, the second candidate is Tony N, T-O-N-I.
Yes.
Capital A-N-N-E.
Yes.
Last name DeShiel, D-A-S-H-I-E-L. Two L's.
Okay. Can I just confirm that Tony Ann is Tony space Ann, or is it Tony Ann one word?
If she does a space between them or not, guys. We're trying. All of a sudden, we've all gone blank.
There is a space.
There is a space.
Got it. So Denise McNamara and Tony Ann DeShiel. Is there anybody else?
No, sir. That's all.
Okay, you'll have to bear with me. This is my first dry run through, so I need to go confirm with somebody to make sure I set this up right. And
no problem. We're just happy you're here.
Yes, ma'am.
You mute yourself as we talk to you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm here. I've just put a, oops, no, I've sent it to somebody privately. I need to send it to everybody here. I'm putting a link in here. You all need to click on this link to vote on this one.
Paste it in their browser.
Paste it in their browser, excuse me. Copy this all the way from Meet, all the way back to y'all are super awesome. Copy that whole thing, paste it in your web browser, and then push enter.
And they will see the poll.
And you should see the poll. Chairwoman, I don't know if you're muted.
Hang on. Chairman, I am open with the entire delegation, so give me just a second.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Let me, if you can't understand what you're saying, just give me 1 second.
Yeah, give me yeah. Keith.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm gonna put us on mute for just a second, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a minute. I'm gonna mute us all, okay? Keith?
Seabird?
Oh,
I'm here.
Oh, hang
are
on.
you there? Okay, Keith, I've got, I believe, everybody where they can hear me and they can hear you. Keith, we have put in the address in the browser. Do you want to, real quick, just tell them what you were telling me about, put it in their browser where they can vote?
Yeah, so I have like started or initiated I haven't started the poll yet, but I've created it. And to my knowledge, you just copy that link that I put into the chat. You paste that link into the browser and push enter, and you should see the poll available. I haven't started it yet, but to my knowledge, I've made it available. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this link again into the chat here. If people want to get it one more time, I'll paste it a few times.
Okay.
And try copying that and then pasting it into your web browser.
Okay. And try not everyone to log out of this one. You need to open a second browser window, because otherwise you're going to lose where you are now and have to come back in. You don't want to do that if you can help it. That's my understanding. Okay. So, all right. And that's where we are.
No polls are currently running. Okay, give me 1 second.
Sure.
Once we get through this first one, I think we'll be able to smooth sailing after that. Let's get through this first one.
There's always that first time, you know?
Yes. Yep.
And he'll tell us in a moment when we can start doing this. I'm not opening any more windows. Okay, Keith is working on getting the polls running for you guys, so it's just going to be just a second. I see that it
Okay.
should. Yes.
Do they have to? Will they have to push enter again or refresh the page or anything like that? Or okay, can anybody confirm from? It's up. It's up. It's up. Everyone's saying it's up right now.
It is up, Keith. You can see it. Okay, and you're telling everybody, yeah. And they're ready to start going, right? People are voting. All right.
Chairwoman, I don't know if you're talking to us, but we can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Keith. Okay, it looks like everyone is voting at this moment. And I know, guys, we're going to keep this open just a little bit while everybody gets this first time figured out. Okay, there is the link. Keith, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There'll be a different link every time we vote. Isn't that correct?
That appears to be correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Okay, give me just a minute. Keith, I'm going to mute myself for just a moment, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
This is exciting. I don't know who I can hear, but the voting is taking place. So,
There are motions, or like Victor really wants to be there.
okay. All righty. Just trying to get everybody done. I see quite a few questions of point of order. I'm trying to wait to address your point of orders, gentlemen, at this exact second, where people who are voting can do so and still be able to understand what we're saying till we get this down. Give me just a moment. I'm trying to figure out where the first one was.
You have to address the point.
I will address the point of order as I find the first one there.
Ms. Chairwoman, I don't know if you can see it or not, but I'm seeing that 143 people have cast a vote thus far.
Yes, I am. Okay. All right. Give us just a second here. Okay, and then we'll be calling this vote. Okay, I'm just trying to get an idea. All right. Hang on just a second. I gotta close this poll. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me check on some timing.
Ms. Chairwoman, can't hear you.
There we go. Okay, we're just about to go ahead and we'll be going ahead and ending the voting on this. All right, we're going to end it in. And let me ask you, Keith, you'll be the one turning that off, right? Not me?
Well, yes, ma'am. As soon as you say so, I can stop the poll.
Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Polls are closed.
Okay, the poll's been closed. Give me a minute so that I can properly display these and everyone can record it. Just stand by.
Thank you. So we've got Mr. Cameron Johnson. Johnson has a POA, POI. Okay. Why is it not in our meeting? I think it's for. Okay, this was set up for this link. How many do I just have the 2 at the moment? I got the 2. I got the individual account with Mr. Andrew Young. Because I don't want to lose these. Okay, all right. Okay, while he is calculating those out, I've had a couple of questions, and one of them was about being secure. Were these secure? What I can tell you is that everyone who is in there has been credentialed, okay? Off the list we were giving, the credentials. They've gone through the process of the ones that we have, okay? So that's what we have. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, it's a little chaotic here, so a couple of things I'm going to do. I'm going to try to share my screen to display this result. So I don't know if I have that ability. Okay, I do. Hold on one second.
We're waiting. Okay. What is next? That's what I'm trying to find is the national.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Can you see the results of this poll?
Yes, thank you. You can make it bigger. Okay, that's good. Okay, the results are Tony Ann Dashiell, 106, Denise McNamara, 50. Congratulations, Tony Ann Dashiell. She will go from this caucus as the National Committee, Republican National Committeewoman nominee from this area.
Chairwoman, can I stop sharing my screen now?
Yes, please do. Thank you. All right.
I think I got it down. The next one will go much smoother and quicker, guys.
Well, I'm just happy that I'm happy that you're here with us now. All right, trying to make sure that we've got everything going on to our next group, and we'll be going back in the order that we should be going in when we stepped. Okay, we are now moving ahead. Excuse me, just a moment. Just a Yes. Okay, guys, we are working through on our side. We have a couple of questions to be able to answer your questions. We're trying to get a hold of our tech guy directly where we can get some things cleared up. So give me just a second because I want to come back with answers to you guys. Thank you.
Oh, no, the supplemental. Posted vote. That was.
Okay, so we're back with you. Okay, we were just trying to do, get answers, and from what we're aware of, what we're told, this is why the SRECs went with this. We've taken our vote, and it's as secure as we've been told it, and we have no reason to doubt. We're not the tech people. We're the people just trying to conduct the elections, which is great. But I think if I've had some questions about, well, I'm not the tech person. We've been told it's secure. We're using this organization. We need to move forward. We have business that for sure with our group wants, and based on the numbers, and no, we are watching the numbers. And all of a sudden, 500 people just appeared out of nowhere and started voting. Guess what? We're going to see that because we know how many's in here. Okay? So I just want you to know we are keeping an eye on everything. It's not like this is just blind. So I wanted to go ahead, but I know you guys want to go on forward. We have to back up. We do need to back up because we haven't nominated someone that was in the very beginning of this. And so we're going to be taking nominations in just a second here. And that is for our, excuse me, I'm going to have to get a drink. The nominator. Right. All right, give me a second. Okay, we are going to be looking at now one of the other positions. So, all right, here we go. Let me pull that. All right, our next office that we are going to be looking at and we're going to be taking nominations for is, and do we have any questions that I have not addressed before I open this up? Or any hands that are up, because we're going to need the hands. Okay, the next position that we are looking at that we need to get filled where they can get on the committee is the National Nominations Committee member. Okay, and this individual will see to it that we have the delegate at large individuals. So with that said, there's a slate of 47 at-large delegates and 47 at-large alternates that will go to the National Convention. And that they will be looking at. This individuals, they're going to be meeting and looking at everybody in the that are submitted, the applications that were submitted. So with that said, the floor is now open to nominations. If you'll raise your hand, the floor is open to nominations for the National Committee. I'm sorry. The National Nominations Committee person.
Gene Key has a motion.
Okay. Hang on, I'm trying to find him. Mr. Key, Mr. Key, Mr. Key. Okay, Mr. Key?
Yes. Do you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. My name is Gene Key. I'm in Hunt County, and I nominate Mitzi Money.
Mitzi Money? All right. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Our the nomination has been received for Mitzi Money. Okay. Do we have another nomination? Okay. Again, we do not need a second for these. Okay, do I see?
There is none.
Okay, are there, once again, are there any other nominations for the position that we're not looking at now, which is the National Nominations?
Mark Russo.
Mark Russo,
Russo,
your hand is raised.
Move that we close nominations.
Okay, that is unfortunately out of order. That at this time. Thank you. Okay, all right. One last call. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, the nominations are now closed. Okay. All right. As they're, I'm just checking to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. All right. National Committee member. All right. All right. With that said, this can be very easy. We've done this already with raised hands once before. All those in favor of Mitzi Money for the position of National Nominations Committee, please raise your hand using the green, or not the hand, excuse me, not the hand. Use the green yes button. Sorry, the green yes button. Those opposed, the red button. Remember, that's located under your participant button section. Voting is going on. All right, voting is still taking place. We'll be closing voting shortly. Okay, we are still, okay. Voting is going to, I'm still going, voting is going to close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
139 to 8.
139 to 8. Congratulations, Ms. Money. You will be receiving an email in just a moment, or a message from the secretary, as you will need some papers sent to you for this position for your committee to be able to go forward. So I just wanted to let you know that. So congratulations. All right. Now we're going to move forward, and this will involve. So I want to take a deep breath on, only because my throat's getting dry on this. I got some. It's just getting a little raspy with everything that we've been doing. Okay. Do you see? Okay. Our next election will be. Somebody sitting in it, hands or anything? Okay. Our next nomination. This is going to be in several. This is going to be in several parts. Okay. This is for the position as a delegate for the National Convention. Our CD4 is entitled to take 3 delegates and 3 alternates. Can we close that door? Thank you. So with that said, we had, by raising your hand, do we have nominations for Delegate 1 to the National Convention?
Jim Hartman.
Okay, Mr. Harblin, let's get you unmuted. Mr. Harblin, can you hear me? Do you need to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
I can now. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Corbett Howard.
Corbett Howard.
Corbett.
Can you spell C-O-R? Okay. We just want to make sure everything's right when we go to it right off the bat.
Next is Donnie Weisenbaker.
Okay. All right. Do we have other nominations? I see Mr. Weisenbaker's hand. Hold on. Somehow you've just gone away from me. Hang on. I can't unmute you.
Okay, who's the next person?
There we go.
There we go.
Yes, Mr. Weisenbaker.
Madam Chairman, I rise to nominate Laverne Kinnemer, the county chairman of Rockwall County, for,
Okay. Laverne Kilmer?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Tiffany Miller?
Hi, yes, Melanie. I'd like to nominate SREC Jerry Fisher.
Okay. Jerry Fisher has been nominated. Okay, thank you very much. And are there any other nominations? Tiffany, your hand is still up.
Adrian Balkin.
Adrian Balkin, you're recognized for your nomination. Adrian, are you locked up? Where? Oh, there you are. Is you're frozen. There you are. You're frozen. Adrian Balkin. I'm losing my internet. Hold on a second.
Our internet's
Okay. Adrian Balkin, your hand is up. You're being recognized. Okay.
She's trying to spell it Robert.
Robert. Oh, I see. Okay. It looks like it's Robert. Okay.
Steinhagen.
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 Yes. Okay.
I would like to nominate Steinhagen.
Yes. Yes. We saw your sign.
Okay, Valerie Bodar.
Okay. And now our nomination continues. Valerie.
Hang on. She just.
Oops. Hang on just a second. I think the hand disappeared. Okay.
I would like to nominate Robert Steinhagen for National Delegate, Place 1.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. We have your request.
Is there any other?
Yeah. Are there any other nominations at this time? Any other nominations? Okay. All right. It's going to take a second here. Oops. There's one more hand up.
Hunter Bonner.
Hunter Bonner, you have your hand up?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to nominate Corey Peterson from Marion County for National Delegate.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Are there any other nominations? Okay. All right. Hearing none, nominations cease at this time. As a reminder, I've been asked to remind all delegates that the convention will be in August, and that the cost usually they have put in is they put in approximately $3,000 to start, and you will be potentially asked this afternoon or this evening, which they will get in contact you for a deposit. So just a reminder of that for those of you looking to be a national delegate. I will say it's an honor to go to a national convention, and having done that 6 years ago as a alternate. So with that said, we will move ahead, and we will start looking. What I'm going to do now is we will draw the names. Remember, each candidate, you will have 2 minutes total. If you wish to have anyone speak, in a moment I will call your name. You will tell me how many people you're planning to speak or who they are, where we will know, where we can find them and unmute them in a timely manner and know how much time that we have on the clock. All right, so with that said, let me pull out my numbers and I'll read the names again as I do so. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, and 5. Again, I have 5 cards here. Based on the order that we received them, I will be drawing first for Corbett Howard as we draw. So, okay, he has number 1. So he will have the first spot. Okay. Mr. Howard, let's get you unmuted. No. Oh, never mind. I'm just going to, well, he's, you know. Okay, this is kind of fun here. Yeah. Okay. The next person, laugh at me. The next person I'm drawing for is Laverne Kinnemer. Oh, it's stuck together and I don't want to look. Y'all knew before, and that would be is a number 3. Okay. Okay. The next individual we are drawing for is Jerry Fisher. She has number 2. Robert Steinhagen. 4. Corey Peterson is 5. If any, she can do it. Okay. All right. Okay. At this point, those candidates, now, if any of these candidates have chosen to not be considered, they would need to actually notify us of that for any reason. That is fine, because once the decision is made down the road, we get through the votes, that all we would be able to do is move someone up. And they just like us to say that. So that's an exciting time. All right. Okay. All right. I've been notified by Jerry Fisher that she wishes to be removed from consideration for National Delegate Place 1. We're removing her from this deal. All right. Based on that, the numbers will still follow with that one number removed. They will still stay in order. Okay, now I'm going to, we're setting our 2-minute clock. And Corbett Howard, Mr. Howard, where might I find you? If you will answer me, I think you'll put your hands up. I'm looking for you right now. Just keep your hand, guys. Okay, I'm looking. Do y'all see the hand up? I'm not finding him.
Mr. Howard, yes, I got him.
There you are. Hi there. Okay, excellent. Okay. Hang on, Mr. Howard. I am trying to unmute you. I'm not succeeding in this. Can you see if you can unmute yourself? Hold on. Okay. Guys, only one of us can do it. Okay. All right. Okay. Mr. Howard, are you with me?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, what I need to know with your 2 minutes, will you be having anyone speak for you, or will you be using your 2 minutes?
No, I'll just speak. That'll be fine. So thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate it. I just wanted to tell you I've been an active Republican over 30 years, starting in the early 90s when we stood strong for adding a pro-life plank to the Republican platform. The last 10 years in Collin County, I have been the rules chair at every convention for 10 years. I am the former mayor of the city of Salina, serving 3 terms. I just want you to know that early on, when Donald Trump went down the escalator 3 years ago, plus 3 years ago, He was my man. I was on the Trump train from the very beginning, and it would be my honor to represent this Congressional District 4 in Florida to be able to raise my hand for Donald J. Trump. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You used up, you had 28 seconds left.
Sue, would you? Sue?
Okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Kerber, we will move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we will now hear from, we will go with Laverne Kinnemer. Let's locate Ms. Kinnemer and get her on the timer here in just a second. Ms. Kinnemer, how many minutes, you have 2 minutes, how many will be speaking for you?
Wait, look,
Jason Ross.
Okay, hold on 1 second. We were trying to bring you back up. All right, you will have Jason Ross speak for you. Do you have a certain amount of minutes you're going to give him?
I think his speech is rather short, and I'll do the rest.
Okay. All right, that will start. Okay, will he be speaking starting first?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Ross? Okay, put your hand up, Mr. Ross, where we can find you. Jason Ross. Okay, it looks like, oh, we're pulling him up right now. Okay, and we're trying to make sure everybody's muted. That's our deal. And so, okay, there he is. There he is. We found you. Okay, Mr. Ross, can you hear us?
I can. You hear me?
And we are ready. Go right ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. It is my honor to join you rise today and speak in support of my good friend Laverne Kinnemer, the chair of Rockwall County Republican Party, who I've had the privilege to work with for over 10 years. I would appreciate your support for her to be national delegate and to represent the 4th District of Texas.
1 minute and 36 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Ms. Kinnemer, you have 1 minute and 36 seconds remaining.
All right. If you'll put me on, I'm ready.
Go right ahead.
Okay, my name is Laverne Kinnemer, and I'm the chair of Rockwall County, and I'm also on the board of the TRCCA as a Region 3 director. It would be an honor for me to serve Texas as a delegate to the National Convention. I love this party. I love its people. I love its principles. And it would be quite an honor for me. I thank you very much. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on. Okay, and you had a few seconds left, so.
56 seconds.
Okay, 6 seconds?
56.
50, you have 56 seconds left. Okay. Our next one, we have, what were you telling me?
Robert Stein.
Yes, Steinhagen. Okay, we've had another withdrawal. Okay, our next candidate to speak or to talk, Mr. Steinhagen?
Yes.
Mr. Steinhagen, could you please tell me how many minutes? Lift your hand, please. Let us find you. Y'all see him?
Trying to.
There, no.
I got it.
Okay, Jason has you. All right, not Jason. Jamie has you. Okay, how many of the 2 minutes, how much time would you like to yourself, or do you have others speaking for you?
I'll take it.
Okay, you may begin, please, sir.
Well, howdy, I'm Robert Bunker Bob Steinhagen, and voting for national delegate is always one of the most difficult decisions that you can make because you're not voting for the lesser of 2 or 3 or 4 evils, but fellow Republicans who have dedicated our time, talent, and treasure to advancing the principles of limited government and personal liberty and helping candidates that best reflect these values to get elected. Now, I am the only candidate running that has taken this race for national delegate so seriously that I mailed every delegate whose address was included with the state party a package that explained why I'm the best candidate to serve, and even sent along a GOP auto emblem that delegates will have a unique way of demonstrating their pride. I produced a short video about why I'm running, and on the description of that video, I have included my resume, client list, and a copy of the more than 35 platform resolutions that I submitted and that were approved to go to the State Platform Committee, all of which can be viewed by going to www.bunkerbob.com. Most of you have been receiving texts from me to let you know that I'm broadcasting our caucus for the benefit of those who are not delegates, and ironically, most of those who have been watching are delegates waiting for their credentials. I'm running for national delegate to represent the 4th Congressional District, a district that is the most conservative congressional district in Texas. And I am a great spokesperson for this, a conservative district that deserves someone who is passionate about Donald J. Trump, and who I believe is our nation's greatest president since I've been alive. I ask for your vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, all right. Moving right here. All right, we have for our the candidates who have remained, Corey Peterson did pull. So the 3 at this time that they will be putting on our ballot is Corbett Howard, Laverne Kinnemer, Robert Steinhagen. I just want to verify spelling. It is Corbett, could you spell your name for me? Can you unmute yourself and
Corbett.
Uh-huh.
Howard, Howard.
Okay. Ms. Kinnemer, could you spell your name for us?
N-E K-E-N-N-I-M-E-R.
Thank you. And Mr. Steinhagen, if you will spell us your name, please.
Hold on.
Hold on, we're unmuting you. No, we're not unmuting you.
Okay, there I am.
There you are.
It is Steinhagen.
Okay, great. Tech support will start working on this. So just give us just a moment. And since we've already done it once, we're going to flow. So hang on just one moment, please.
I'm here. And I just want to confirm that we're voting for National Delegate Place 1.
Yes, that's correct.
And that I have Corbett Howard, Laverne Kinnemer, and Robert Steinhagen in that order. I have the correct spelling. I've been monitoring all along, so I believe I have everything correct. Ms. Chairwoman, if you'll confirm that. I believe you're muted.
That is all correct. She unmuted me.
Ms. Chairwoman.
There you go.
I think you're muted, Ms. Chairwoman.
Thank you. Okay.
Is that all in order then?
Yes, Corbett, Howard, Laverne Kinnemer, and Robert Steinhagen. You got those? You got the spelling when we got them?
I got the spelling. I got everything. I'm ripping and roaring here, ma'am. And I am ready to start this poll and post the link in the chat box whenever you tell me to.
Okay. All right. Give me just 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
And this will go in the chat box that they're working on right now. You're putting that in that chat box.
Yes, ma'am. I will put the link to the poll in the chat box. Those who wish to participate in this vote will copy that link, paste it into their web browser, and they should see the poll. Whenever you tell me to go, I will then start the poll and paste that. So I'm just waiting for you to let me know when to go. I am ready to go.
Okay, I believe we are ready for you to go ahead and post that where we can get started. Please, sir.
Okay, can somebody, you guys try to copy and paste this in there and tell me if the correct poll is showing up?
We're working on that right now.
I'm seeing votes coming in. I'm seeing 11 votes being cast.
Okay, it appears to be good, yes. I can't find it. And you may vote. Mr. Brooks? Do I understand?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, you have a point of inquiry?
Yes, Madam Chair, point of information. We have at least one member in our caucus who, though she's properly copying and pasting, it's not giving her the options. It's just kind of in a standstill. It happened on the vote for National Committeewoman, but would it be appropriate for people if they are here live or at home, and they can't get this to work, can they write the name of their nominee in the chat?
At this time, it is my understanding that there is not a way to take that vote and put it in at this time. At least that's what that has been asked. We asked that right off when we went into recess at one point.
I figured.
Because of the deal. And it's a secret ballot. That's the other thing, the incomplete ballot.
Right.
So it's kind of like we had people leaving during the middle of vote and going to the waiting room and coming out. Unfortunately, I can't bring them back in during the middle of a vote.
Sure. Ma'am, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Okay, so there's another point of order by Walt G. And now that's what we're doing.
All right.
I don't see a hand.
Okay. I believe there's another point of inquiry. Walt G., you have a point of inquiry. We cannot hear you. I'm looking, if you could raise your hand, we may be able to see you, or we can unmute you. Do you see him?
Wait, I do.
Oh, get him.
There he is.
Okay.
Want me to unmute him?
Unmute him.
Unmute, okay, I just asked him to unmute.
And then I need to look at the election. Okay, we need to call I believe, hang on just a second. Give me just a second, Mr. Goodwater. Hang on just a moment. I need to get back to the screen. Okay.
We're not gonna be able to vote.
Okay, we actually we're going to call the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's shut down. Thank you. The vote is called. Let's see what our results are. I'm losing. You go in and out. I can't tell what you're doing. I don't care. I don't care. I need us to keep focused. All right, we're waiting on the results, and that always takes just a second for Meeting Plus. Yeah. Okay, that's the first group. Let's go to.
Madam Chairwoman, can you see the screen and the results here? Let me zoom in here a little bit.
Yes, please. Hang on a second. I'm trying to make it big enough that we can see it. Okay, here we go. All right. The results are, hang on, let me get a percentage. We do have a potential. Okay, that's what I say. Based on the rules, the 20% rules, there will be a runoff between Robert Steinhagen and Laverne Kinnemer. Okay, so with that, give us a second to write these numbers down. 60, 81. Okay, all right. All right, we can go ahead and at this point reset for the election. And what I would like to do at this point is I will announce that the 2 delegates, and they will remain in order as they were on the ballot. Laverne Kinnemer and Roger Steinhagen, sorry, sir. And they will be resetting this at this point. If you will just raise your, if both of the candidates would raise their hand.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, who am I speaking? Yes, who am I speaking?
Walt Goodwater, Fannin County.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, yes, you have a point of inquiry. Go right ahead, sir.
Yes, I did. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The point of inquiry is that we were not able, my wife and I were not able as voting delegates to participate in this last voting session. Not sure why. We could never find the link to do the paste. So next time, if we can, let's make sure we can at least see it, or I'm not sure how you're going to fix that, but there we are.
It is in the group chat, sir. It was posted in the group chat to be able to click on. That's what we'll be, just to help for future too, we'll be doing some more. They will be in the group chat.
Group chat, and it's posted by Keith Kasich.
And it's posted by Keith Kasich. That maybe will help also as you do a search. But that was a good reminder that we do need to remind each time that it is in the chat. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. All right. Okay.
We have a hand raised.
We have a hand. I said, Mr. Steinhagen, how would we help you here? You asked to raise it. Well, that's good because I also asked Laverne. Okay, the reason you're right. You know, what can I say at the moment? Okay, what I would like to do is I'm going to just ask for each of you. Okay, I've unmuted both you and the other candidate to please state your name for the delegates. That way they will be able to place a name for the person. We'll start with Ms. Kinnemer. Would you state your name, please?
My name is Laverne Kinnemer.
Thank you. And Mr. Steinhagen. You'll state your name. He's present.
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Robert Steinhagen.
Thank you. We seem to be getting a little, I think I'm not sure. I think the air is getting tired in doing this. So we're waiting to see if Keith has these. Thank you so much for this. I'm going to be also dealing with some more points of inquiry while he gets us set to vote. Mr. Johnson has a point of inquiry. Would a motion to simply vote by acclamation to accept the 3 candidates and 3 delegates, assuming there are no? Actually, that is not in this situation one of the opportunities to do so, sir, based on the rules. Okay, we are, I bet, Keith, are we about ready? And I'm trying to.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just a clarification on my end. So this is for national delegate place 1 off. This is a runoff vote, and in order on the ballot as appears will be Ms. Laverne Kinnemer first, and then Mr. Robert Steinhagen second. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Give me 1 second, please. Okay. This. Okay, Madam Chair, I'm ready. You let me know when to start this, and I will post the link in the chat to the poll.
Okay. We are. Okay. I turn us off. Okay. We are ready to start the voting. Keith will post in the chat the link. It will be in the chat. The link for you to be able to go to be able to vote in the runoff for National Delegate Place 1.
Okay.
Open. Hang on. Yeah, I did, but I don't know. Okay, the voting is underway. The link is in the chat. The voting continues. The link is in the chat. Have any points at this moment? The voting continues. The voting will be coming closed in just a moment. All right, voting is coming to a close in just a moment. All right. It will come to a close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. Okay, we're waiting on the results for the delegate place 1. He is about to share the screen for our results. Can you enlarge that?
Wow.
Okay, Mr. Steinhagen won by 56%, Ms. Kinnemer at 44%. Mr. Steinhagen, we will need to send you some things shortly on to make sure you have your information for your delegate packet, okay, and to be able to get in touch. So thank you very much, both of you and all the candidates for that. We will now be moving into the race for National Delegate Place 2. That would be for delegate number 2. So we will be, let me just verify we don't have any points of order. Use the same. I understand that we have someone asking using the same URL increases the opportunity for security. At this point, we are still following with These are the secure measures that they have for us, for our CD. And that's where we are at this point in time. All right, we're going to go ahead now. This is kind of fun. Let's go ahead and move on. The floor is now open for nominations. As a nomination, please raise your hand for anyone wishing to nominate someone for the place 2 delegate position. Let's see. And we're looking for hands at this point.
Yes.
Sorry, thank you. Mr. Seidman, you have a nomination?
Yes, Madam Chair. I nominate for National Delegate Place 2, the hardworking, very popular County Chair of Grayson County, Barbara Woodruff.
Ms. Woodruff. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Do I have another nomination? Hunter Bonner. Mr. Bonner, you have one?
Yes, I didn't catch the last name. Miss Laverne, who was on the last ballot, I didn't catch the last name.
Kinnemer?
Is it Kinnemer? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, do we have another nomination? If so, please raise your hand. Yes. Do we see other hands? Okay. No other hands? Okay. One last time. Are there any other nominations for, at this time, for the number 2 spot of national delegate? Okay. Hearing none, we will now move to the next stage. We will now draw based on the 2 names submitted. My number 1. Did we eat the number 1? There's the number. Come on, we ate the number 1. Okay, let's drop those in the hat, please.
Mitch. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I am now drawing for Barbara Woodruff. Number 1. Ms. Kinnemer will hold number 2. All right, now we'll ask for that 2 minutes again. This is a completely different position. That is why these individuals get to speak if they've already spoken before. Ms. Woodruff, how would you like your 2 minutes divided? Please raise your hand where we can find you, please. Okay, Ms. Woodruff, are you ready?
Yes.
How would you like your time, your 2 minutes divided?
I'm going to speak first, and if there's any time left, I will give it to Sue Lynn Boyd.
Okay, thank you.
We're getting an echo, George.
We're getting an echo. You may need to turn off anything else in your area. Tell us when well, give us just a second. I see we're moving a computer at the moment. Are we
okay?
No, I see him. Are we going to see you?
You don't see me?
Okay, I'm looking. I see you here on my deal. Okay, I am ready if you are, hang on. We're ready if you're ready.
Can you see me?
I have a blacked out picture.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. You're ready. You're ready to go. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm Barbara Woodruff. Okay, we're having troubles here. I'm Barbara Woodruff, Grayson County Republican Chair. It would be an honor for me to represent CD4 at the National Convention. I've been active in Republican politics since 1998, served as election judge, precinct chair, and now in the position of county chair. I was president of the Grayson County Republican Women for several years. I've attended many state conventions, and I've also worked campaigns such as all of the presidential campaigns since 2004. Hang on a minute, George. My 2020 election will be the most important election of our time. There's absolutely no doubt that Donald Trump must win in order for us to keep our democracy. He definitely knows how to fight. During his first term, the economy soared, jobs increased, and oppressive regulations were wiped out. He had to go through a pandemic, a Russian hoax, and many problems, and also fake news and an impeachment. But yet he has fought on for you and I. In 2016, his election was a miracle. At 2 a.m. in the morning, a college student from Pennsylvania texted me and said, Donald Trump will win Pennsylvania. My husband and I had gone to actually help get out the vote in Pennsylvania. In my heart at that point, I truly believe that God had cast his vote. We needed someone who would fight for all the rights of our forefathers and for the unborn. They can call us deplorables, the silent majority, or anything else, but we will stand together and work to get Donald Trump reelected. United we win, divided we fail.
Ms. Woodruff, you are now finished.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let me unmute you. Hang on, are we?
She's unmuted.
She's unmuted. Okay, you're ready. Ms. Kinnemer, you have 2 minutes. Are you going to divide your time or take it all?
Pete Flores was going to speak for me.
We need Mr. Flores to raise his hand where we can locate him, please. And you found him? Okay, we're ready to go when he is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. There you are. Thank you.
So I do want to speak for Laverne to represent us at the National Republican Committee convention. And Laverne has been very active in our county and in our district. For example, she has been, and I think many folks already know this, president of the Rockwall County Republican Women's Club. She's attended every single precinct, county, and state convention since 2008. She's also served in numerous roles previously to that at the local level, whether it was a clerk or a judge in local elections. And she has also served and led various forums throughout our district. She has also successfully run our Reagan Day fundraiser, most notably this year, where we achieved record attendance as well as record contributions to the party within our county. And those are a few examples of a lot of the hard work Laverne has done for the party. I don't know if everyone is aware that she is our district representative for the state of Texas as a chairwoman. There's an association that she's been actively involved with. Just wanted to share that with everybody. I totally support her nomination for a national convention. Thank you.
Thank you. And you, what is she have?
18 seconds left.
You have 18 seconds left, Ms. Kinnemer.
I'm Laverne Kinnemer again, and I would appreciate your vote for national delegate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will prepare for our election, please. Hello, Keith.
I'm here. I have national delegate place 2 in the first option, Ms. Barbara Woodruff, and second option is Ms. Laverne Kinnemer.
Okay, do you have Ms. Woodruff as, how do you have her last name spelled?
WOODROOF.
Okay, just wanted to verify that. Okay, great. You have Ms. Kinnemer from previous. Okay, if you'll prepare for us and let us know, please.
Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. All right, Madam Chairwoman, I'm ready to post this when you give me the go.
Okay. I believe we're ready to go for everyone. If you'll post the link now, sir, we will move ahead. And the polls are now open.
Polls open now.
Okay, voting's underway. Links in the chat. Voting's underway. Links in the chat. Excuse me. Polls are still open. Be just a moment. Yeah. Okay, polls will be coming to close in just a second. Polls will be coming to close in just a second. Okay. Just giving them just a second more. Since we have noticed we've had some slowdowns across, it looks like everyone's system. Okay, polls will be closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Polls closed, please. Okay, can you see if I have any points? Do I have any points in conversation?
Madam Chairwoman, I'm ready to display the results.
Yes, please, Keith.
Should see the results, and let me get them nice and big for everybody here.
Okay, I'm waiting for it to be big enough for me to actually see it.
77 to 86.
That's
Okay.
as big as I can get it for you. There,
Oh, it was me, sir. Sorry. Okay, Barbara Woodruff, 97. Laverne Kinnemer, 86. Ms. Woodruff, you will be going as our national delegate, place 2. And we will be also getting you your link for that. Thank you both, Ms. Woodruff and Ms. Kinnemer, very much. All right, we're going into the next one. Hey guys, we are really moving along here. Okay, the next position is going to be the national delegate for the National Convention in Florida. It's the place number 3 delegate, and nominations are open now. And by the way, if you step out of the room during this period, during the vote itself, you cannot come back in. And we're having people stepping out and then wanting to come in during the middle of a vote. So that's just a reminder. Again, let's see, do we have any hands up? I see Mr. Weisenbaker. Oh,
Hunter Bonner.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Wait a minute, Mr. Weisenbaker. Mr. Bonner, I'm sorry I got out of order. Please give me, Mr. Bonner, your nomination.
I'd like to nominate for delegate place 3, Miss Laverne Kinnemer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bonner. All right, I'm sorry, Mr. Weisenbaker, I believe you were next. Hold on, you are, okay, you need to unmute yourself.
Trying to, got it.
There you are.
Madam Chairman, I rise to nominate Clyde Seidman, Mr. Republican of Northeast Texas, for the position of delegate number 3.
Okay. All right, do we have any other nominations?
William Morris.
William Morris, Mr. Morris, you have a nomination? I don't, have you got him unmuted?
Yes, this is Gary Singleton. We were having a little technical difficulty with my Zoom, so I would also like to nominate Clyde Seidman for.
All right, Mr. Seidman has been nominated a second time. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Do we have any other nominations?
Tiffany Miller.
Tiffany Miller. Ms. Miller, do you have a nomination?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'd like to nominate Jerry Fisher.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Fisher has now been nominated. Do we have any other nominations for place 3 National Delegate. Okay. One last time, are there any other nominations for place 3, number 3 delegate, National Convention? Hearing none, the nominations are now closed. We will do and draw our cards. Do you have number 3? Oh, I've got it. No, I've got it. Okay. All right. We'll draw in order here. Are we ready? Okay. We have, I'm drawing for Laverne Kinnemer. Number 2. We're drawing now for Mr. Clyde Seidman. Number 1. Ms. Fisher, number 3. All right. Again, the candidates and their speakers will have a total of 2 minutes. With that said, Mr. Seidman, you are number 1. How much time will you need for yourself or anyone speaking for you?
Madam Chair, I would like to have Eric Kane from Bowie County speak for, let's say, 20 seconds, and Charlie Copeland from Fannin County for 20 seconds, and then I'll take the remainder.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. If Mr. Eric Kane.
He's down here. Madam Chairman, I rise today to speak for my friend Clyde Seidman. It's been an honor for me to serve on the SREC with him, as well as being a county chair with him. He's been a grassroots leader with a presence across all ends of the congressional district. And I encourage everyone to support Clyde Seidman as he goes to.
Okay, we're going to move towards now Mr. Charlie Copeland. Mr. Copeland? We're looking for Mr. Copeland. Please raise your hand, sir.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I've known Clyde Seidman for over 20 years. And in today's environment, we need experienced conservative leadership. It's been more apparent this week. So I would encourage everyone to vote for Clyde Seidman. He is the strong leader that we need. He knows what needs to be done, and we can trust him to do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Seidman, you have the rest of 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's extremely important that we send people to the convention that have the strength to stand the heat that we're going to face. There's no telling what we're going to face there. We've seen what the president has faced throughout his entire term, and our delegates are going to face the same. I was an elector back in 2000 during Bush-Gore, and actually got sued by Al Gore when he sued all the Texas electors trying to keep us from voting. And I stood and fought then, and I'll stood and fight now. I guarantee you, I won't fight, I won't run, and I won't hide. I'll stand and fight for our Republican values as a national delegate to the Republican Convention. I'd appreciate your vote.
Thank you very much, sir. How much? 40. You had 40 seconds left, sir, if you needed to.
I'll defer those back to the delegation.
Thank you, sir, very much. All right, we are now at this point. We have heard from, and if you'll raise your hand again or introduce yourself, Miss Kinnemer, if you will state your name again.
My name is Laverne Kinnemer.
Mr. Seidman, and I have made a mistake here. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. I'm going to stop it here. I have overlooked Miss Fisher. Miss Fisher has not had her. I've not given her 2 minutes. Ms. Kinnemer, I would like to ask forgiveness from the chair. I didn't give you your 2 minutes yet, and you didn't slap me yet about that.
I won't slap another chair. You've had too rough of a day.
Ms. Kinnemer, forgive me, you have 2 minutes. Who would you like to have speak for you, or are you doing?
I will do the speaking. I want you to know that that I am a hard worker for the Republican Party of Texas. I'm a hard worker for the county of Rockwall. I would fight anybody over President Trump, and I have the words to do it. I have been in many a fight over him, and I feel like I've won when I do debate over his leadership. So there is no question that I can fight for Donald Trump. I would love to be a national delegate, and I would love to represent Texas. So please vote for me this time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All right.
1 minute and 4 seconds.
Still, you do have 1 minute and 4 seconds left.
That's all right.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now we will have to hear from Miss Jerry Fisher. Okay, we're looking for if she'll raise her hand. Okay.
I didn't raise my hand.
There you go. Ms. Fisher, how will you like your 2 minutes divided?
I have someone speaking for me.
And that would be?
Karen Myers.
Okay. If Ms. Myers, will she take your full 2 minutes?
Probably.
Okay. Well, you're honest. Okay.
Hello, Madam Chairman. This is Karen Myers.
Thank you. Go right ahead, please.
Okay. Jerry Fisher, SREC SD2. She's been representing us for over 15 years. She has worked on campaigns, candidate forums, Reagan Days, voter registrations, TFRW conventions, served on the executive board for Rockwall County Republican Women for 12 years, and election judge. She's done voter registration drives, and we nicknamed her the Energizer Bunny. Now, having said that, you can't lose with someone who was dance partner with Patrick Swayze. Thank you.
Okay, we'll give us just a second. How many?
1:21.
Ms. Fisher, you have 1 minute and 21 seconds left. Would you like to use your 1 minute and 20 seconds?
Yes, I guess so. I didn't know she was going to do that. So thank you. That's my claim to fame, Patrick Swayze. Yes, I have worked tirelessly for our Senate District 2, worked hard for Bob Hall, Ted Cruz, of course, Congressman Ralph Hall. So I'm excited about going. I have been recognized for the state legislature for my community. So just thank you so much for nominating me, and I appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, then we will move forward. Now I will try to do this the right way. Okay, Mr. Seidman, if you will say your name, please, where everyone remembers.
Clyde Seidman.
Excellent. And Ms. Kinnemer.
Yes, I'm Laverne Kinnemer, K-E-N-N-I-M-E-R.
Ms. Fisher.
Hi, I'm Jen Fisher.
All right, awesome. Okay, they will prepare the ballot. We will have the ballot here in just a moment for us. Thank you, Keith. Do you need spellings of names again?
No, ma'am, I've got it all spelled correctly. I just, I have, this is National Delegate, place 3, Mr. Clyde Seidman, Miss Laverne Kinnemer, and Miss Jerry Fisher in that order. Ready to go. Let me know when you would like me to post that and make that go live.
Okay, we are, okay, is everyone ready? We are ready to go. Please post and let's do it.
Okay, that one is live now, and I'll post that one in the chat for everybody else one more time here.
Okay, the link is in the chat. Voting is underway. We're in the chat. Voting's underway. Ask Jason. The voting is underway. We have the big one after we finish with this. Okay. Voting is underway. Yes, we have. Yes. Elector's the last one we do. Okay. Looks like voting is coming to an end. We're coming to an end. We're about to be through. Okay. Voting will close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is hereby closed. Okay, I seriously need chocolate.
Stand by, Madam Chair. Just 1 second, please.
No problem. Oh, well. I think the delegates will forgive me that I need some chocolate at this point.
Would you like to have a burger taquito?
No, it's just this chair. I know everyone else in here has been working hard. Okay, we have our results back. Are you telling me, Keith?
I have recorded the results. I'm getting just a little bit of technical, just displaying them. Trust assured, the results are recorded. I can see them on my end. It's just being able to display them right now. Bear with me 1 minute, please, ma'am.
Sure, no problem. Not keeping it in chat. We have anybody in chat or points or willing to talk to us. Okay.
People must like what you're doing right now.
Huh?
People must like what you're doing right now.
I appreciate everybody working so well together. It is a long day, and I do know it's a long day. And but what we do is so important here. This is for the state. This is for the country. It's for liberty is what it is. So I appreciate your patience. I really do. I wish we were on stage. I wish we had the music. I wish we had the fun, but we don't. But we're not sloughing off either. I'm so proud of our delegation. Let's see if we have those results. Okay, Keith's working on this.
Okay, I'm here. Here we go. And it'll look a little different. Here we go. I'll have the results here. Let's get back to us here. Share our screen here. Share this. Here we go. The results. Can you guys see my screen there?
Yes, we do.
All right, let me scroll up a little bit. So 187 votes cast, and you can see the totals there. I can make it a little bigger.
Okay.
Runoff
Yeah.
between Clyde and Laverne.
It's going to be a runoff between, the votes were 82 for Mr. Seidman, 55 for Ms. Kinnemer, 50 for Ms. Fisher. There will be a runoff between Mr. Seidman and Ms. Kinnemer. Okay, so hang on, I need to write down some numbers here. 85, no, that's 82. All righty. Okay, we will go ahead and take that down. We will get ready for the next, our next one. Okay, so we're going to have a runoff now. We will have a runoff between Mr. Seidman and between Ms. Kinnemer. Okay, so we have everybody, the chat room's got everybody. Do we have anybody in the chat room that, before we go to the vote? Okay, or in the deal. All right, we're ready for the runoff vote.
Let me get set up, Madam Chair. Just 1 second, please.
I'm going to let them introduce themselves again.
Oh, of course. I apologize, Madam.
You're doing fine, Keith. Okay, Mr. Seidman, if you would like to state your name, please, for us. Whoops.
Madam Chair, I'm going to withdraw and allow Ms. allow Laverne to go to the national convention. I know she's wanted to do that for a long time, and I've got every confidence that she will. She and Bunker Bob are going to hold our own. So I will defer to her. I know she had her heart set on this, and so I'll defer to the county chair of Rockwall County.
Thank you, Mr. Seaman. Ms. Kinnemer, do you have anything to say?
I want to thank him. It's quite a surprise, but you will be well represented with me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I think that you guys did very, very well. Thank you both, all of you, all of our national delegates who are our 1, 2, and 3. This is exciting. I know you're going to do very, very well. Representing is a wonderful opportunity. All right, we are ready to go into the alternate. These are the alternates. These are very important because whenever a delegate has to leave the floor, it is the alternate who is the one who goes and sits in the chair. It is the alternate. They attend the same things as the delegates, but they don't get to go to the floor until and be in the main thing until they are relieving the delegates. And I will say, as an alternate once, it was very important to find out that you had a partner who wanted to have you experience as much as they did. So with that said, I am opening the floor for nominations for alternate for the National Convention, place 1. If you'll raise your hands.
Yeah, like he is right. There's a point where you have to accept.
Well, all righty. Seems I'm being, you guys should speak up quicker on this end of the room. I am so sorry. Here's, we have a point of order. We have to vote for Ms. Kinnemer. Okay, that is part of the deal. He has stepped down. She was on. It is not by automatic in the sense that we do need a vote on that individual. So since there is no one else because of this, we can do this by a floor vote with a green. Okay, we're going to clean the greens because I see there's a vote in the green. Well, already.
No, stop. No, people stop.
Stop voting. Stop. Okay. The voting's open. Press the green. And red is for no. Green is for yes. Yeah, that other color. Red is for no. Green is for go. I really need some chocolate. All right, voting continues. It will be, in a moment, it will be over, but voting continues. Voting continues. Okay. Oh, that's not really chocolate. That's health. It's health food.
It has M&Ms in it.
Okay, the voting continues. We will be calling the voting in just a moment. All right.
Gosh.
Okay. All right. Voting will close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is hereby closed.
113 to 2.
113 to 2. Thank y'all all very much, and thanks for holding my feet to the fire and making sure I do this right. I do appreciate that very, very much. That's why it's important to have our delegates watching. All right. Now, we'll clear these little numbers out. And we're now looking for the alternate to the National Convention. This is place 1. Would you please raise your hand? Okay, I believe I see, was that before Mr. Morris?
Yeah.
Okay, Jim, I don't see you. Oh.
You
hear me?
Yeah, sorry, you didn't appear on my screen. There you are, Mr. Irvin, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to nominate Corbett Howard of Collin County as an alternate delegate to the National Convention. CO.
Okay.
William Moore.
Thank you. Mr. Morris, you have a nomination for us? Mr. Morris?
Yes, I do. It's actually Gary Singleton again, Bowie County.
You're killing me, Gary.
I know. I told you this may happen. I'm going to place into nomination Richard Brim for National Alternate Place 1.
And that's Richard Brim, B-R-I-M-M? I may have missed you. B-R-I-M-M, Brim? Unmute yourself. There we go. Unmute yourself.
Okay. It's B-R-E-M.
Oh, okay. B-R-E-M. Thank you very much. Okay. Do we have any other? I see a hand. Huh? Okay. Wade Riza, you please. We're looking.
Yes. My name is Wade Riza from Fannin County. I'd like to alternate Tyler Knight. He's our young go-getter from Fannin County.
Okay. Tyler Knight. Okay, I see George Woodruff. He's been up for a while. Thank you very much. What about, I keep seeing Mr. Woodruff. Just a moment. Hold on. You're next. There's a lot of feedback. Alma McClintock.
Sorry about that. I'd like to nominate Jerry Fisher.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Fisher is on there. Okay, now. George Woodruff. Okay, it's frozen.
Yes.
Mr. Woodruff.
George Woodruff. I'd like to nominate Clyde Seidman.
Okay. Thank you, Clyde Seidman. Okay. Are there any other nominations?
Clyde Seidman is asking to be recognized.
Mr. Seidman? Okay, I see your hand up. May I help you? Who are you nominating, please?
Yes, I'd like to withdraw my name from nomination.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. All right. And do we have any other nominations? Okay. Seeing no additional nominations, the nominations are now closed. Okay. And let's see here. We have the following individuals: Corbett Howard, Richard Brim, Tyler Knight, Jerry Fisher. We will be drawing for these individuals. Here's the fourth one.
Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, it's on.
You're trying to keep everybody in. I was going to say, we're beginning to have some, in some of the, I think the outlying areas, we're beginning to have some internet problems. So people are hopping in and out, and I think it's your internet. So we're trying feverishly to keep you guys in for the vote. Okay, we're going to be drawing first for Corbett Howard. Number 2. Oops, sorry about that. Number 2.
Difficult decisions you can make because you're not
This
voting
is
for
for
the
Mr.
lesser
I'm
of
sorry,
2 or
Mr.
3 or
Brim.
4
Mr. Brim.
evils, but
This is
fellow
number
Republicans who have been
4.
spending more time.
This is for Tyler Knight. Mr.
Sorry.
Knight.
I still have the. All right, very good.
Number 3. That would leave Ms. Fisher as number 1. Okay. All right. We'll be, again, they get 2 minutes. With that said, we will be starting with Ms. Fisher. Ms. Fisher, who will be speaking for you, please, or with you, or anyone? You are still muted.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
Okay, Anna Campbell. Anna Campbell.
All right. For how long?
2 minutes.
Okay. Anna Campbell. Ms. Campbell, you have 2 minutes if you would like to go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. I am speaking on behalf of Jerry Fisher. She is Rockwall County's Energizer Bunny, like was mentioned earlier. We are so proud to have her in our county. She works diligently and tirelessly for all that we have going on in the county and also in the district. Thank you.
Okay, what do we still have?
1 minute and 35 seconds.
You still have, Ms. Fisher, 1 minute and 35 seconds, if you wish to use it or give it. You need to unmute yourself, please.
All right, got it unmuted. Am I muted? Melanie?
No, yeah, you're fine. We hear you. We hear you.
No, I just think it's been a huge honor to be nominated, and I really appreciate the ladies from Rockwall and SD2 that have nominated me, TFRW ladies that I have supported and worked with, all of the officials that I've helped, voter registrations at church. And again, I want to pursue the Christian values. We've got to get Trump back in there, and I would be more than proud to serve y'all in Florida. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, now we will hear from Corbett Howard. Mr. Howard? Mr. Howard, we need to unmute you. Where is he? Mr. Howard? Where's Mr. Howard?
I'm here.
There you are.
You hear me, Madam Chairman?
How much time for yourself, or do you have anyone joining you?
I would like to have Britton Brooks say a few words, and I will follow up.
All right. Mr. Brooks, are you there?
I am, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm arising on behalf of Mr. Howard. This morning when we got to Gainesville, Mr. Howard was already here working diligently. He is a patriot and he's a great leader in Collin County and makes appearances very often in Grayson County. He can be called on for questions, and he has taken Collin County to incredible levels in Salina. I'm very proud of him. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Corbett?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Delegates, I appreciate this opportunity. Again, it'd be just a great honor. 50 years ago today, I was in Kenyang province in Vietnam. And when I came home, I was pretty determined that I wanted to serve. I had served there, and I wanted to serve in other public arenas, and I've done that. As I said, for 30 years in the Republican Party, I've been privileged to go to 8 state conventions. We've worked very hard as mayor of Salina. I feel like I've helped our city tremendously. And this just be a great honor. Again, I am so honored to go and cast a vote for Donald J. Trump, who I just cannot tell you what he means to America. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay. All right. We are now moving to Mr. Tyler Knight. Mr. Knight, where are you? Fine, Mr. Knight.
Hello.
Okay, there you are. Will you be speaking for yourself, or do you have others speaking with you?
I would like to speak for myself for about a minute, and then I'll hand it over to Bobby Burgess and Wade Riza.
Okay, all right. Are you going to divide their time, or are you going to just?
Yes, about 30 seconds each.
Okay, great. Okay.
Thank you for your work today, by the way.
You're welcome. Go right ahead, sir.
All right. So hello, everyone. My name is Tyler Knight. I'm a young 25-year-old Christian conservative from Fannin County, and I would appreciate your consideration as alternate to the Republican National Convention. A little background on myself. I've spent my entire life in CD4, from being born in Grayson County, going to college in Hunt County for my bachelor's and master's degree in marketing, working in Grayson, Fannin, and Lamar counties, and always calling Fannin County home. I have been very active in local church my entire life, and I'm currently working as a public health official. While I am fairly new to getting involved with the party, I hold all those beliefs that the Republican Party holds dear within our congressional district, state, and nation. Again, I thank you so much for your time and would enjoy the opportunity to serve as an alternate delegate to help serve in electing Donald Trump, the best president we've ever had, as our 2020 candidate. God bless.
All right, excellent. Mr. Knight, sorry, who's next?
Bobby Burgess, please.
Okay. Mr. Burgess, are you there? Okay, do you need to unmute yourself? We're looking for you.
Yeah.
Okay, we found you. Is he unmuted? Okay, go right ahead. You have.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise fully endorsing Tyler Knight as the alternate delegate to our national convention. You know, every single convention, the ones that I've been to now 3, there seems to be a young person that always rises to stand out in any particular caucus. I remember a few years ago, there was a young lady that was sent as an alternate, and we were just so enthused by this young person that stood out. My regret for the rest of you is that you've not had a chance to meet Tyler, because if this was an on-site, in person.
30 seconds is up.
Okay, your 30 seconds is up, sir. Okay, and Mr. Knight wanted to have Mr. Riza. Mr. Riza, 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just want to continue what Bob was saying. Tyler is an outstanding young man. He exudes the principles and the foundations of the Republican Party. He's a conservative Christian. He's the youth. I mean, he just embodies the ideal picture of what the Republican Party is. And his youthfulness is fantastic, and it's contagious. And it's one of those things that, you know, you wish you all could be around. Anyway, I highly recommend.
Okay, sorry. sorry. You know, that's the hard part about this, trying to do the time and get everything. Thank you very, very much, gentlemen. Now we have another individual by the name of Mr. Richard Brim. Mr. Brim, where might you be? You got him? Okay, excellent. Mr. Brim?
He needs to do his, oh wait, is he under William Morris?
Are you under William Morris by chance?
No,
we're trying to find you. Hold on just a second.
Yes, he's under the William Morris page, and I will speak in a minute, but not now. Here's Mr. Brim.
Okay.
Do you have me?
Okay, Mr. Brim, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Let the record show, my name is Richard Pat Brim. I'm a native-born Texan and a lifelong Republican, and grew up with parents that were lifelong Democrats. And I managed in the early part of 1980 to change my parents from Democrats to Republicans and continue that way on. I spent most of my life in telecommunications, working around the world in places in the US, United Kingdom, Europe, Scandinavia, and the Near East. And I can tell you from personal experience, as I've seen how the world acts and lives over there, that it is not a life that we wish to live under. And I've seen many of the socialist countries that suppress just about everything that we hold dear. I promise that I will strive to make sure that we keep on this straight and narrow path and go with what I would call a better way. And I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your vote.
Thank you. You still have 40 seconds left. I think there was somebody who was going to speak. For you, sir?
I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, with that said, we will be ready to go ahead and start getting ready for our next vote. All 4 candidates have spoken. So I'm going to once again ask you gentlemen to put up your put up your hand, and I will call on you where people can identify with you. All right, first is, excuse me, Ms. Fisher. I didn't mean just gentlemen. Ms. Fisher, could you say your name, please?
Yes, I am a female. Thank you, Melanie. I am a girl, Jerry Fisher.
Okay, I'm a girl. Mr. Corbett Howard, Mr. Howard, could you say your name, please?
Hang on, we got him.
We've got him. It's your muting. Hold on just a second. We're trying to get you open.
I'm open. Corbett Howard.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Knight? Could you
Yes,
say your-
that is Tyler Knight with the K.
Okay, excellent. And Mr. Brim, could you say your name again, please?
Brim.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We will now move into the voting. So Keith, if you prepared the vote, please. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Just a point of clarification for me, please. I have labeled this as National Delegate Place 1 alternate. Is there any other wording that I should be particular on, or is that sufficient?
That's sufficient. Thank you.
And just the clarification for the order of the ballot, I have Miss Jerry Fisher, Mr. Corbett Howard, Mr. Tyler Knight, and Mr. Richard Brem.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this poll is ready whenever you are, Madam Chair.
We are ready for it to be posted. Thank you.
Poll is open. I will post the link once more in the chat.
Are we ready?
Yes, ma'am. Poll is open.
Okay, poll is open. Please go ahead and cast your vote. We are in the chat. The link is in the chat. Voting is still going. I'm not muted. Okay, the polls are still open. Okay, all right, the polls are coming to a close. Okay, we're going to do a countdown. Polls coming to a close. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Polls are closed. Thank you. How's our chat room looking, ladies and gentlemen?
Pretty good. I mean, it's been more social than anything. I mean, other than it's contentious every once in a while, but so far, good.
Okay. Oh, did I?
Madam
Okay.
Chair, I believe I have the results of National Delegate Place 1 alternate up on the screen here, making it bigger for everybody here.
Okay. Do we go? Is it three-way?
It is a.
Hold on just a second.
Jerry Fisher and Tyler Knight.
Okay, it is going to be a runoff between, the numbers are Jerry Fisher, 52, Corbett Howard, 28, Tyler Knight, 73, Richard Brim, 27. The runoff will be between Tyler Knight and Jerry Fisher. Just a second, please. Let me get these numbers. 28, 73. Okay, and okay, 27. All right. You can go ahead and get ready for the next deal. Okay, we are now with a runoff between Jerry Fisher and Tyler Knight. Jerry Fisher, of course, the reason I say is one, just because I may have confused things there. Miss Fisher, if you will say your name again, please. Hang on, you're still.
Okay, okay, am I there?
Yes, you are, darling.
Jerry Fisher, SD2, bye.
Okay, and Mr. Knight, if you will say your name again, please.
Tyler Knight with a K.
Okay, awesome. All right, as soon as the ballot is, as soon as it's ready, we'll be ready to go. Keith, just let us know. I got to tell you, I'm so proud of our participants. They've just stuck right with us. You guys have really done very, very well. We have pretty much been solid numbers, the same numbers all day.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to start the poll whenever you're ready.
If you'll post, we're ready to go.
Okay.
The polls are open.
Polls are open. I will post that one more time in the chat for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Link is in the chat room. Polls are open, please. Okay. All right. Boy, you guys just got right on that. All right, polls are open. Polls are open. Polls are open. Connections in the chat. Okay, polls are okay based on where we are. All right, polls are coming to a close in just a moment. Polls are coming to a close in just a moment. Okay, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Polls are closed.
We're waiting on a few more folks to.
Is that Keith or is that? That's good. I'm unmuted. We'll have the results in just a moment. You were unmuted. Did you? Okay, we have our results now. Let's see. I'm trying to get myself to go small where I can actually see this. I can't see this. Hold on just a moment. It's all about me. Okay, Mr. Knight is 102. Miss Fisher was 79. Mr. Knight is going to be a delegate in Florida. Excuse me, alternate. Mr. Knight, it's an alternate, okay? Alternate delegate in Florida. Thank you very much. You will be receiving a link very quickly that you will need, and you should be hearing from someone probably tonight about this. Okay, we are now ready to go to National Delegate Alternate number 2. This is for the number 2 spot, guys. This is, again, this keeps the floor from being empty to the press and to the Democrats and everyone else. So we'll see who's going to Florida. Miss, what did you say, Beth Weisenbaker? Beth Weisenbaker, you are for nominations, please. Kind of a squeal in there. Beth, hang on.
You gotta go to a different room than Donnie.
Are you in a different room than Mr.?
Okay, it's Donnie. He's turning his off. Hi, everybody. It's Beth Weisenbaker, and I would like to nominate Sarah Furman. It is an extreme honor that I would.
Okay. Yeah, I can't. That's okay. Thank you very much, Beth. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Singleton, where are you? Is that, did I go? Wait, hang on. I may have jumped the gun.
No, Hunter Bonner.
Hunter Bonner, sorry. Hang on. Hunter Bonner, please. Mr. Bonner.
Hunter Bonner from Marion County. I would like to nominate Miss Jerry Fisher, please, for place 2.
All right. And our next one is Mr. Singleton. I got it right this time. Mr. Singleton.
Yes, I would like to nominate Richard Brim again for alternate place 2.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Mark Hawkins.
Mark Hawkins. Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Hawkins. Does he need to unmute himself?
Yes.
Mr. Hawkins, you need to unmute yourself, please.
I had a nomination.
You've got a lot of feedback, but who are you nominating, sir? Mr. Hawkins?
Jerry. I was nominating.
Turn your volume down. I can't tell what he's saying. Mr. Hawkins, I know you're working on this. You have a lot of feedback. We cannot understand who you're nominating.
How about now? Can you hear me?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay.
the person, I was going to nominate Carla Franklin from Bowie County, but she has decided to not participate.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, do we have someone else that wishes to be to nominate someone? Okay, hearing none, nominations will cease. We will now draw for speaking. Okay, we have 3 individuals. We have Sarah Furman, we have Jerry Fisher, we have Richard Brim. We'll be drawing now for these 3 individuals. Okay, all right. We are now drawing first for Sarah Furman. Sarah has number 3. I don't even know where my camera is. 3. Okay, we're drawing now for Jerry Fisher. Ms. Fisher, you have number 2. Somewhere, there it is. And Mr. Brim, you will be number 1. Mr. Brim, you will start first. You have 2 minutes. How do you wish to divide your time, or do you? Mr. Brim.
Go ahead. Now we're off mute.
Okay, how do you wish to divide your time, or are you speaking again for your 2 minutes?
I'll speak for my 2 minutes.
Great.
Most of
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Let the record show my name is Richard Pat Brim. I'm a native-born Texan and a staunch conservative, and I'll change my tune here. I've been a Republican all my life, and I grew up with parents that were staunch Democrats. So in 1980, when Ronald Reagan came along, I managed to turn them into staunch Republicans, and they stayed that way for the rest of their life. I've actually spent my life in telecommunications throughout the world, working across the US, the United Kingdom, Scandinavia, Europe, and the Near East. And I have seen what a socialistic country can bring you, either traveling or living there. I've lived in many of those countries, and it's not a way of life that I can see that Americans would care for, much less want. So I'm here to tell you that we need to keep ourselves on the straight and narrow and not allow this wave of liberal left-wing socialism to come into our country. We want to have a better way of life here. And that's what I'm looking for, and that's what I'm standing for. So I look for your vote to help me keep on this path. Thank you.
You have 23 seconds left if you would like to use the 23 seconds.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are now going to have Jerry Fisher. Ms. Fisher?
Yes, I have 2 speaking for me. The president of the Rockwall County Republican Women, and Mark Russo, who is our JP for Rockwall County. And I'm very, very honored to be nominated again. Sorry. This is, so Tiffany, take it away.
Thank you. I know that we've said a lot about Jerry. Jerry has been an active member of the Rockwall, with just the Republican Party in general, and doing so many things for us for over 15 years. She's worked on numerous campaigns for national, state, and county level candidates. She's been a major part of Reagan Days for the last at least 5 to 6 years. She works with voter registrations. She's an election judge. She's attended the TFRW convention. She's worked with TFRW and been part of the conventions. I know she's helped with this convention. She's served on the executive board of the Rockwall County Republican Women. She's been a former president of Rockwall County Republican Women. She helps conduct forums. Anything you need done for the Republican Party, she's there. and she's done a great job representing us as an SREC representative for SCD2, and I know she will do a great job representing CD4 in Florida.
Mark?
Yeah, 53 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mark Russo.
Mr. Russo, are you? Russo?
Yep.
Go, you have 53 seconds.
Yeah, well, I just want to say that Jerry Fisher, I've known her a long time, and the things that you see in her resume doesn't compare to what she does behind the scenes. She's like my second mother. There's no one that you can't come in a clinch. She's there for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, son.
Okay. We're, how many? 37. You still have 37 seconds. Are you dead?
No, just thanks, son. I appreciate it. I'm kidding. He's not my son. But thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
Awesome. Our next candidate is Sarah Furman. Ms. Furman, if you will appear.
Can you hear me?
There you are. Yes, go ahead. And you be speaking with anyone or using your 2 minutes?
Yes, I'll yield to Beth Weisenberg for the first 30 seconds and I'll finish it out.
Awesome. Ms. Weisenberger?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I want you guys to know how excited I was to meet Sarah. She is a millennium young woman. She's everything we're looking for in the Republican Party. She's homegrown. She was raised in Sherman. She has went off into the world like we all did, and she's come home. And she is, again, working with the Republican Party. And I think for her to be the face of our national delegation, along with somebody like Tyler and everybody else, I'm out. Vote for her.
Thanks. Thanks, Beth. Yes, as Beth said, my name's Sarah Furman. I was born and raised in Sherman, Texas. For 10 years, I lived in Washington, D.C., where I worked for one of the most conservative senators in the United States, Senator Jim Inhofe, where I most recently lobbied as a Republican lobbyist for the American Bankers Association. While I was in D.C., I was asked to give many speeches regarding the election output, and I was known as the first person, an outspoken supporter for President Donald J. Trump. You can imagine how that went in Washington, D.C., being so liberal. I was told I had youthful optimism and I was ignorant of reality, but I knew he was the best candidate for the job, and I was proud to stand my ground and support President Trump. I have been involved in the Republican Party for many years and was most recently nominated as co-chair for the North Texas Maverick PAC, a national organization focused on getting conservatives under 40 involved in Republican campaigns in the political process. I recently moved back to Sherman, Texas to pursue my executive MBA at SMU. And while being back in Grayson County, I've had the opportunity to get to know all parts of the district, whether it be in person or listening to my boyfriend, Jamie Baker, as he worked for John Ratcliffe. Why I think you should vote for me to be a good candidate is not only do I have many years of experience working for the Republican Party, but also because there's a big misconception that millennial women are not in favor of Trump and will be abstained from voting or voting for Joe Biden. And that is simply not true. Many of you have said that the nation will be watching to see who Texas sends to the convention. It is imperative that we show them that the nation and disband the misconception that millennial women are not in favor of Trump. Okay. If I had to vote, I would happily represent you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Okay. All right. We are ready to go to the vote now. This is for the alternate delegate. So for the National Convention, we will prepare the ballot now. Keith, what do you need from us? Keith. There's Keith.
Oh, hello.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I have a national delegate place 2 alternate. I have Mr. Richard Brem, Miss Jerry Fisher, and Miss Sarah Furman.
Right. Do we have Miss Furman's name correct? Okay.
Sarah with an H and a F-E-R-M-A-N.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, if you'll prepare the ballot, we'll be ready to vote.
1 second. Okay, poll is open. I will post that again in the chat for everybody.
Okay, and voting, are you ready for us? Voting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go right
Voting's
ahead.
open.
Voting's open. How did you say? There it is. Never mind, I found it. Okay, voting's continuing. Voting's continuing. Voting's continuing. All right, voter is continuing. Watching the movement. Okay, voting will be coming to an end in just a second. Voting will be coming to an end. Okay, voting will be coming to an end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is over. Let's see where we are. We go. Oh, okay, 2 more things. The last one. Yep.
You have 2 more left.
We do. Okay. Again, if you were selected as an alternate to the National Convention or a delegate to the convention, aha. Okay, we have our results. I'll come back. Okay, we have a runoff. Mr. Brim received 39 votes. Ms. Fisher, 82 votes. Ms. Furman, 60 votes. There will be a runoff between Ms. Fisher and Ms. Furman. Go ahead and prepare the poll. It is called a poll. Okay, with that said, I will call you by name. Mr. Brim, if you'll give your name again. Well, never mind. Don't do that. I've got, okay. I am so sorry about that, Mr. Brim. I just called your name because you were right there in the line. Okay, Ms. Fisher, would you call your name? Okay, she's off. Here, whoops, hang on. Hang on. Jerry, you remuted yourself.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm here.
Say your name, please. We missed that.
Jerry Fisher, SD2.
Thank you. Ms. Furman.
How do I get the video back on, y'all?
Sarah, Ms. Furman, we can't hear you. Hang on.
Muted. Sarah Furman.
Thank you very much. The proposed, Keith should about have that done. We're waiting.
Madam Chair, yes, ma'am. We are ready. I have the national delegate place 2 alternate runoff between Miss Jerry Fisher and Miss Sarah Furman. Poll is ready to go.
Actually, I'll go ahead and withdraw from this race and go ahead and concede and give it to Jerry Fisher.
Oh, never mind. I love her.
She withdrew.
Oh, I have to do a thing. Yes, you can talk. Miss Furman?
Yes.
I understand that you are withdrawing from this race.
Yes,
correct?
I'm withdrawing for this race right now.
And as soon as there she comes. As Ms. Fisher returns to the room, Ms. Fisher, you will be now, they will vote and to confirm.
We have to vote,
delegate. Okay. So
do I have to nominate her?
Okay. Fisher? I gotta delete her. Yeah, mute her. Okay, we are going to take a vote to confirm this. This is just what we need to do. So all in favor of Ms. Fisher, please vote green. Anyone opposed, please vote no. This is This is a hand vote type thing. This is, but yes, Ms. Fisher, vote green and red for those opposed. Okay, all right, voting will stop here in just a second. Voting will cease in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
117 to 3.
117 to 3. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Fisher. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Furman. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for being in this contest also. All right, we are down to before we get to the elector, we're going to, I know, but before we get that, we have one more alternate, number 3, that is very important. This will be the National Convention. It is alternate. Self and tell us who your nominee is, please.
I would like to nominate Sarah Furman for alternate number 3.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
Jerry Fisher.
Ms. Fisher, you are nominating whom? You have to, you need to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, I was just going to nominate Sarah too. Sorry.
All right. Mr. Seidman, you have a nominee?
Yes, I would like to nominate Mr. Brim from Bowie County.
All right, Mr. Richard Brim. All right, and do we have any other nominees at this point?
We do not.
Okay, one last time, any other nominees? Okay, nominations have closed. At this time, we'll put 2 names in the 2 numbers in the hat. The candidates are, at this point, Ms. Furman, would you unmute yourself and say your name, please?
Yes, Sarah Furman.
Okay, Mr. Brim, would you also unmute yourself and say your name, please? Yeah. Mr. Brim?
That's what I thought.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and draw at this point. All right, the first number will go for Miss Furman. She has number 2. And Mr. Brim will be number 1 and ready to speak. Do we have Mr. Brim present? Do we have someone able to speak on Mr. Brim's behalf? Is Mr. Brim there?
Mr. Brim has gone to the restroom. I will speak on his behalf. Truly, this is William Morris at my screen.
Well, I will say we have been here all day. It's nice to know we all have
as you said, it is what it is.
It is. All right, so will you be taking the full 2 minutes?
I'm sorry. I'll speak for a few minutes and I'll yield to Gary Singleton in a moment. Okay. He's been a precinct chair for several years. He is coming in the room now. You know, something similar to one of my brothers in El Paso. It's something else that I said the same thing because he was too.
Okay, I want to speak on Mr. Brim's behalf. He's been a volunteer here in Bowie County for the Republican Party. He's worked at the precincts and an election judge, and
tell Jamie
he's
yes.
very helpful to us here in Bowie County. And I think he's here now. Are you here, Richard? All right, I'm gonna let Richard speak.
Thank you, Gary. We got a great group here in Bowie County, and we're having fun right along with all the rest of you, even though it's been tedious.
We're letting you speak, sir. Go right on.
Okay. I'm a lifelong
conservative, but I'm also a lifelong Republican. And as I told some of the people before, I managed to get my lifelong parents, who were lifelong Democrats, changed over to Reaganites in the 1980s. So I've accomplished something there. My background basically is in telecommunications. I've been all over the world with telecommunications. And believe me, I have seen what a socialist life can bring to anybody that lives in any of those countries. I've traveled all over the world, and it's just amazing how some of these people manage to live under those socialist governments. So it's not something that we want here. I want to keep our conservative way of life here and keep the people in power that bring along a conservative life for us in government, everyday life, etc. So I look forward to your vote, and I will work hard for it.
They used your time, sir. Thank you, thank you. All right, we are now ready to introduce the candidates one last time. No, we're not. Well, Sarah would really like to talk this time, and it is her time. Sarah, would you like your 2 minutes, ma'am?
Please, I'll go ahead and yield my first 30 seconds to Miss Jerry Fisher, then I'll finish off from there. Thank you.
Okay. Unmute, Jerry.
Yes, ma'am. I highly, highly, highly nominate Sarah Furman. She is amazing. She is a great young Republican. And of course, her mentor was Jamie Baker. And she's been working real close with Congressman Ratcliffe. And she has so much energy, and she's passionate, and she's a fighter. Please vote for Sarah.
Thank you.
Great.
Thanks, Jerry. Thanks, Jerry. And like I want to reiterate, I am a born and native of Sherman, Texas. And while I was in Washington, D.C., I faced a lot of liberals standing my ground as being the first outspoken supporter of President Donald Trump. And as your representative, I will do the same for you and represent Texas well. It is important for us to have millennial women on the floor and show the nation that there is a huge misconception that people in their 20s and 30s do not like Trump. So I ask for you to let me represent you as an alternate delegate for CD4. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, sir. Okay, now we are ready. You're okay? Y'all aren't going to all get it? Okay, well, good. I was glad to know everybody wasn't like, stop. All right, Sarah Furman, if you will give your name again, and before
Sarah Furman.
And thank you. And Mr. Brim, okay, just say your name. You're gonna have to stay in that chair. I have been. All right, now let's prepare for that vote, please. Keith.
Madam Chair, I have National Delegate, Place 3 alternate. I have Mr. Richard Brem and Miss Sarah Furman.
Okay.
All right. And Madam Chair, that poll is open, and I'll post that link once more in the chat.
Thank you. Please vote. Please vote. All right. Excellent. All right. Let's. The polls are open. The polls are open. This makes anybody happy? I want you to know one of the other CDs just now started voting. They just started. They have been they've been arguing. They're just now started, and then they'll go to their Senate district. So I'm really excited about us. The polls are open. Continue. The polls are open.
I can't see the bottom. It won't let me not display percentages, dude. What's going on here?
Did you freeze, Keith?
I believe it did.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. The polls are open. Okay, we're going to be closing the polls. The polls are going to close now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Polls closed, please. Our last one is the last one.
Elector.
The last one. Do I have to? Yes, they have, I think it's on.
Madam Chair, your results are done for the poll here, and up on the screen. We do zoom in a little bit.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Furman, 111. Mr. Brim, 57. Thank you so much for all of you for your dedication to the party. Thank you for running. Thank you for all that you've been doing. So for the elector, I know I have not sent them home. I promise you guys. Jeez, I tell you, everybody gets a little bit excited. So congratulations. Now I will tell you the race that I have had more people question me about and ready to go with. So, and that is the elector. But I need to take and ask for us to step. I need to take. Yeah, we just need a moment here. So I'm going to ask everybody to stand down for just a second where I can verify exactly where we are. And thank you, Keith. You can drop these numbers now, but I would like to take just about I need to figure out where we are and verify that there's not some other changes. We will be doing the elector next. This is a critical vote. It is very, very critical, but I need about 2 minutes. And then I will come right back and the team will come back as we work through this, because I'd also like to find out what's going on with the Senate District Caucus for all of you. And that's what I'm checking on. So I will ask that we step down for about 2 to 3 minutes, please. I'll be back in just a moment. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask if you were elected as a alternate, national alternate, or a national delegate. There are 6 of you. If you did, we are going to have your email addresses. There is on these papers, you must sign the bottom. It has an affiliation. Without that, you won't be one. Okay, so they've made that very clear to us. So we'll be reaching out to some of you, but we do need to make that happen. You need to watch for it. You need to do whatever they've attached to it and told you to do. I'm trying to find out where and when and how those of you going to Florida, how that will be handled. So that would be important for you to know. Also, the individual who was for the National Committee, for the members at large, there's also paperwork on that. That would be, I believe, Miss Money. That will involve you. So we are now about, give me 2 seconds to turn a page. This is critical. It is our electoral college situation. However, I'll take a point of privilege in the fact that David Hell, the SD2 caucus chair, needs to make an announcement to anyone that is in SD2, CD5. as I said, has just started. They are in desperate need of a timekeeper. And we have ours, and we're not giving him up. Keith, we're not giving you up till after this. But they are desperate over there. Also, I understand that CD 32 has not completely wrapped up. So we're going to beat everybody, but Mr. Hell does need to talk with you and give you an update. And he just left on me. Okay, give me 1 second to locate, because he did need to do this before we start nominations. Wait a minute.
Hey, Melanie, I'm here. I just stepped out of the room so we wouldn't get feedback.
Thank you very much. And hold on just a second. I have people talking. Hang on just a second. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yes. For those of you who are moving into CD2, or excuse me, SD2, we're currently in the CD4 caucus, but for those of you who will be following us over to the SD2 caucus, we're waiting for the congressional caucuses to finish up, which comprise Senate District 2. We think 7:30 will be the earliest we'll be able to start, but just watch your emails. And I've already sent out one email, and I'll be sending out an email to let you know as soon as we can begin. Thank you very much.
Yep. I'm putting my little picture back up there because what's your picture? Okay, and don't forget the this next one you guys will be voting on in your Senate, your SD caucuses. David, what are they? They're going to be voting on the permanent caucus chair, who has been right here with me. I can tell them.
Okay.
And also, they'll be preparing for the permanent rules committee, all the different rules committees. The permanent committees who are deciding on the rules, on the platform, on the legislative priorities. Someone has to be elected for each one of those spots because they're working on that all night. And they've been working on it for nights. The sleep as for committee members is kind of non-existent, even if it is on Zoom. And is that it for today? That'll be it for today. Tomorrow after church, when we reconvene, the votes will be cast on the party chairman, the party vice chair, and who else have we left out, David? I don't do the SDs. And the SREC. Okay, so let's move along. Do we have nominations, please, for the elector with the Electoral College? And I recognize, we recognize John Harper. Why do I have an echo? It's coming down.
Can you unmute?
Hang on, I'm unmuting you right now. I would, as soon as I find you.
I got you. I got him.
Okay. There we go. Madam Chair, I am John Harper from Rockwall County. I am your 2016 presidential elector. It is my privilege to nominate Donnie Weisenbaker to succeed me and be the 2020 presidential elector.
Thank you very much, Donnie Weisenbaker. Okay, and we also now nominations. Is there another nominee? Who's our?
Robert Bunker Bob.
Bunker Bob. Where'd you go? There you are. Is he?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to nominate Lauren Lichty from Rockwall for elector.
Mr. Stein.
Lauren Lichty.
Lauren Lichty from Rockwall.
Okay, Lauren Lichty. Okay. Thank you. Lauren Lichty, is that correct? Okay. All right. And are there other, I believe I see other hands.
Mr. Bonner.
Mr. Bonner?
Yes, I'd like to nominate from Titus County, Chris Grota, please.
Could you spell for me Mr. Grota's last name, please? I'm
Madam
sorry,
Chair,
where?
Chris Groda, KrisGroda.
Thank you. I just butchered that all over the place. Okay, do we have any other nominees? I do.
Mark Russell.
Mark Russell. Do you have a nominee? Mark Russell?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
This is Mark Russell from Grayson County. It's my privilege to nominate Karen Toiber as an elector, a
Okay.
100% Donald Trump support.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Kathy Puckett.
Kathy Puckett. Kathy Puckett, do you have someone to nominate? We are looking to see about.
Yes, ma'am.
There you are.
Hey. I'd like to nominate Gary Singleton of Bowie County for presidential elector.
Gary Singleton, okay. Thank you. Do we have, who, do we have any other nominees? I do. Mark Russell?
Hello?
Do you have a nominee?
Hi, I'm Adrienne Balcom from Rockwall County, and I'm raising my hand for a nomination for Lauren Lichty.
Okay, he's already been nominated. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, and do we have any other nominees at this point? Any other nominees? Yes, I have that name. Okay. Okay, going once. Okay, we have,
No.
well, somebody coming up?
Chris Groda.
Mr. Groda, Chris Groda.
Thank you. I just want to say what an honor it was to be nominated, but
Out of order.
He was passing.
Yes, he's, I need, sorry, Mr. Groda, hang on just a second. I'm trying to get you back. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Hang on, I lost you. I need to, can you unmute yourself, Mr. Groda? There he is.
There he is.
Mr. Groda?
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Was going to try to withdraw from that.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. We had a glitch on our end with the internet, and it was like, where'd he go? So, and I understand you're passing. I think yes. I heard you say you, okay.
Yes,
thank you so much. And I know you probably appreciated being nominated. Thank you, sir. I will pull your name from the list. Okay. Do we have any other nominees? Okay. With that being said, hearing no other nominations, I will close nominations at this time. Okay, so we have several individuals here. We're pulling the numbers. We have so far, we have Donnie, just to make sure I have this right, Donnie Weisenbaker, Lauren Lichty, Karen Toiber, and Gary Singleton. We will draw the names here in just a second. And at that point, then we will start hearing the speeches. Okay. All right. I am drawing for Donnie Weisenbaker. Number 2. Okay. We're drawing for Lauren Lichty. Sorry, Lauren Lichty. Number 4. Drawing for Karen Toiber. Oh, it's here somewhere. There it is. Do I have 1 or 2?
You got it.
Okay. Number 1. Mr. Singleton. Number 3. All right, we will start with speeches, but however, now Mr. Weisenbaker, where is Mr. Weisenbaker? Hang on, we're looking for Mr. Weisenbaker.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Weisenbaker, you will have 2 minutes. How would you like to divide your minutes, sir? Okay, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Clyde Seidman is going to speak first for 30 seconds. David Hale for 30 seconds. And then I'll finish up.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Seaman could go ahead and start.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, sir, you are. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I rise to speak on behalf of Donnie Weisenbaker. Weisenbaker and I have known each other for many years. He is a fighter. He has been a fighter for his entire life. He was at the national convention 4 years ago, and you know how that was with the Trump campaign. He was a staunch supporter for Trump and the president. Has always been. He's a rock solid supporter there for the Republican Party in Hopkins County, and I've known him for years and can vouch for his integrity.
Okay, you're done. Okay, thank you. Now we will move to Mr. Hale, 30 seconds.
All right, well, thank you very much. I've known Mr. Weisenbaker for, I guess now about 15 years working in political things. I've been a Hunt County Republican chairman off and on, mostly on since 2008. And Donnie has always been an older, wiser man to bounce ideas off and get counsel from. The main thing about when it comes to Elector is Donnie has got grit. And I don't care who tries to convince him to do whatever. That when you send somebody as an elector, it's somebody that you can take to the bank. And Donnie, you can take to the bank.
Thank you so much. And 56 seconds left, Mr. Weisenbaker.
Hello, everyone. And I know it's been a long day, and I'll try to be fast, but I've been fighting in the trenches for a number of years. Too long, as you can tell, with this white hair. But I was, I was the Volunteer of the Year for 2013, and I have worked tirelessly to change the party from change the county, from a blue county to a red county since I've been chairman from back in 2009. So, it's going to take a tough person. We have got to not be intimidated because there's going to be all kinds of pressure put against us like there was last time. I assure you, I will not be intimidated, and I'll vote for Texas.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm gonna try to help you candidates when we get close to that last 5 seconds here to try to help you do 1, 2, just some of you that have asked. Okay, all right, now we are going to move to, let's see, Karen Toiber. Ms. Toiber, are you there? Karen Toiber? Are you muted?
Just a minute.
Can
you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who would you like to have speak for you, or will you be speaking the 2 minutes for yourself?
Well, I'll be speaking, and then I'll turn it over to Mark Russell.
Thank you. Go right ahead. You are unmuted.
Okay. Well, I'm Karen Toiber, and I am really pleased to run for the presidential elector for CD4. I'm a retired lieutenant colonel in the United States Air Force, and I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I served my time for my country, and I'm very proud of my service. I've been an entrepreneur. I was a co-owner of a small manufacturing company along with my sister, and until some of the trade deals put us out of business. And then I have gone back to went into retirement at that point. But I've been a grassroots activist most of my time. I've been promoting conservative messages and values, and I'm leader of the Texoma Patriots, a Tea Party, for over 10 years. And I've spent my time educating our community on what's happening and how to get involved. We've done a lot of training, and I've been poll watcher training and other kinds of training. We do block walking and the phone banking and poll watcher training, lots of activities for our community and getting them involved. So I've been extremely active, and right now I'm the one of the Grayson County neighborhood leaders for the Trump 2020 victory campaign. So it would be an honor for me to be able to cast my vote for President Trump and for Vice President Pence, or the Grayson County or the Republican Party of Texas nominee. So I'm asking for your vote. Thanks.
You have 11 seconds for Mr. Where's your?
This is Mark Russell, speaking for those last 11 seconds. The reason that Jesse Reno invented the escalator was so that Donald Trump could ride down it and Karen Toiber could elect him.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we now have Gary Singleton. Mr. Singleton, there you are. And he's about to open. He's under William Morris.
William Morris, thank you.
Okay, I've gotten this down now. And also, will you be taking your entire 2 minutes, or will you be sharing, sir? Mr. Singleton?
Yes, my name is Gary Singleton. I'm a lifelong Republican. I've been a volunteer for the Republican Party for 40 years. In 1980, I was worried about the direction of our country. Jimmy Carter was president. Our economy was in shambles. Our military was depleted. And I thought I needed to do something. So I went down to my local Republican headquarters here in Bowie County. And I walked in the door, and a gentleman came up and said, "Could I help you?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I'm here to volunteer." And he said, "We've got a group of people going out right now to go door to door. Would you like to go with them?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I would." And that was a great experience. We went door to door. We had people honking horns, wanting Reagan signs. And like I said, for 40 years, I've dedicated time to the Republican Party to give what I could give. I've worked phone banks. I've stuffed envelopes. Like I said, gone door to door, worked the headquarters, anything that was asked of me. The county chair at that time asked me to start working elections as a clerk, and I gladly volunteered. I did that for many years, and then later on as an alternate judge, and then as a precinct judge. Later on, I decided that I wanted to try to do more for my party, and I volunteered to be a precinct chair when asked. I was precinct chair for many years, and then later on the vice chair of my county, and now currently I'm the chairman of our county. But I still work just like I did that day I walked in that door in 1980, because this cause is too important. We're in a crisis now that is actually probably worse than what we were with Jimmy Carter, if you can believe that. I'm a strong Republican. If I go down to Austin, no one will change my mind. I'm voting for Donald J. Trump. I don't back down. I'm not about to let the Democrats take over. I'm going to fight, and I won't give up. It'd be an honor for you to elect me as elector. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. And Mr. Licky, Lauren, you're here somewhere. I'm looking for you, Mr. Licky. Where is he? Have y'all found him? We got you. Okay, is he unmuted?
I think he is.
Yeah, I'm unmuted.
Awesome. Will you be using your 2 minutes yourself, or will you be sharing it with someone?
My dear friend and delegate Mark Russo is going to go for 20 seconds, and then I'll finish up.
Great. Thank you, sir. Mr. Russo, are you unmuted? You need to hang on. There you are. Okay, you have 20 seconds.
All right. Well, I'm here to support my friend, and he serves as the current chairman of the Rockwall County Historic Commission. He is the successor to John Ratcliffe as Mayor Heath, and he has a unique collection of every single signature of the president. And it would be my honor to help him elect Donald J. Trump.
Okay. All right, Lauren?
Yeah, 1 minute.
All right. Are you ready?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lauren Lichty. A lot of you know me, some of you don't. I am a lifelong Republican. In fact, I'm such a lifelong Republican that in 1972 at our high school assembly, I was chosen to give the speech endorsing Richard Nixon. I've stayed a Republican. I moved to Rockwall County in 1986. and my first Republican state convention was 1988 in Houston, supporting George H.W. Bush. I heard Mr. Seidman say a few minutes ago that he was the elector, I think, in 2001, and he held firm for George W. Bush. Well, in 2001, our law firm received a call from some people in Florida, and we helped research the law to make sure George W. Bush was our president. I've been very active here in Rockwall County in politics. As Mark said, I was on the city council with John Ratcliffe for 8 years. He endorsed me to be mayor after him, and I was mayor for 4 years. I stay active here in the county. I'm on the Republican or the Rockwall County Central Appraisal District Board. I'm chairman of the Rockwall County Historical Commission. I do collect presidential signatures and memorabilia, and I give speeches in schools all over the country. I am a conservative Christian. I've been at my church, Lakeshore Church. I've been an elder for 15 years. But best of all, I've been married to my beautiful wife, Mary, for 41 years. We've been blessed with 4 children, 6 grandchildren, and it would be my great honor to serve as your elector and cast the winning vote to elect Donald Trump for his 2nd term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, we have now heard from the candidates. We will now build the ballot with Keith. So,
yes, ma'am.
All right, so Keith, we have, tell me what you have and we'll work with you here, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I have a presidential elector up for vote here. First on the ballot here is Donnie Weisenbaker. Second, we have Miss Karen Toiber.
I've got a we actually have a reverse of order. Miss Karen Toiber is actually should be in first place, and Mr. Weisenbaker should actually be in second.
It is changed. So Karen Toiber in first place.
Yeah.
I have Karen.
K-A, two A's. K.
Yes, ma'am. That's changed. And then Toiber, T-E-U-B-E-R.
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Donnie Weisenbaker, I believe I have the spelling on that one. I looked that one up. Next is Mr. Gary Singleton. And finally is Mr. Lauren Lichty, L-O-R-N-E-L-I-E-C-H-T-Y.
All right. Candidates, sound right to you? It looked right to us, but we just said. Okay. All right. Well, if you are all ready, Keith, when you're ready to put it in and post the line, we'll go.
Madam Chair, the poll is open, and I will put that in the chat once again.
All right, thank you very much. Everybody, it's in the chat. You may vote, please. Yes. The link is in the chat. Please go ahead and cast your vote. The polls are still open. For another few minutes. The polls are still open. Okay, we're getting ready to close the polls. We're getting ready. Okay. Golly gee whiz, we are going to do this one more time, and that is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now the polls are closed. Good. Okay, here we go. All right, the poll results are up. What do we have here?
Donnie and Gary. It looks like Weisenbaker and Singleton. Weisenbaker and Singleton.
Yep, Weisenbaker and Singleton. Okay, the answers, okay, where we are is we have Karen Toiber at 23, Donnie Weisenbaker at 70. Let me write that down. And we have Mr. Singleton, Gary Singleton at 44, and Mr. Lichty at 35. The runoff will be between Mr. Weisenbaker and Mr. Singleton. Okay, if you will go ahead now and prepare the poll, please. Oh. You're going to resume in 30 minutes? I'm just asking.
Well, good thing the whole team is here.
Oh, the team's still here.
I just have this fear. About 5 minutes after going, oh, have fun.
Are you thinking we'll just leave you? We're just waiting on this. I hope y'all had, and don't leave us now. We're not done for the night. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to be here forever, but not because of that. It's just, I see those laughing and those eye rolls. But this team has worked awesome for you guys. I hope you understand. We tried to make it a little light, as light as you can, on a computer staring at a screen all day and sitting at a conference table, which I'm kind of tired of it on this particular table. I'd like one of those couches I'm seeing people sit in and wander around. I've seen some pretty outside stuff, I tell you. And
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Go for it.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your runoff poll is ready. I have presidential elector runoff, Mr. Donnie Weisenbaker and Mr. Gary Singleton.
Okay, Mr. Weisenbaker, if you would go ahead and say your name and wave to the audience, but put your hand up where they can see you. I know he's here. I've seen him before. Okay. All right. And did we see Mr. Weisenbaker? I'm having trouble with my screen.
Okay, gotta be unmuted. Hi, Donnie Weisenbaker.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Singleton, please, would you do so? Oh, unmute. Okay. Okay. Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Singleton?
Yes. Gary Singleton.
Thank you. All right. The polls are hereby ready. If you will go ahead and everybody can. Keith, are we ready to cast the votes?
Madam Chair, we're ready, and polls are now open.
Awesome. Thank you.
Last one.
Okay, why can't I vote? Why can't I vote? I can't find my vote. I have his picture. I can't find my vote.
Okay, exit full screen.
Oh, there it is. I went, where your vote? All righty. This is our last vote of the day for us. Okay, excuse me. Don't everybody get excited now.
It's CD4.
So it's CD4. And I think we should roll around the table and switch everybody around, you know, because somebody else needs to sit in this chair and make a new shape in the chair. I hope all of y'all are just having a fine time tonight and know that again, you are doing the business that needs to be done. And that is what's critical. I really, you know, you are what it takes. You are what makes us great. So that's all I'm saying. Okay, we should have the results here in a moment, and we're going to call it done in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Polls closed. Two hands were raised?
Yeah, the corporate powers have been raised for a while now, and violent.
What do I say? Okay, I'm trying to get it up. I can't get it up. There it is.
Madam Chair, the results of the poll are available now.
Okay, the poll results are Mr. Weisenbaker at 104, Mr. Singleton at 69. All right, Mr. Weisenbaker, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Singleton, and being a part of this tonight and putting together your group out there. You did well. Thank you for that. So with that said, as I end tonight for our side, do know that those of you in your different SD caucuses, they're going to meet. It's very, very important. I appreciate everything that you guys have done. You've worked hard. I have to tell you, it's been impressive to see from where we started earlier in the day in the, in the mid 200s, we stayed pretty much hovering around that 200 all day long. And that's pretty good considering how long we've been at this. So thank you so very, very much. Y'all are awesome. And at this point, I hear and see no other business before this particular caucus. So I entertain a motion for adjournment with a hand raised where we can acknowledge you. Mr. Woodruff, can you?
Well, so that's it. The delegation is over. The CD caucus is over. Thank you for tuning in. I hope it was helpful, and we will see you in Jacksonville. Have a great night.